Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying hello to moms. Greetings. Bienvenidos a la group.
Oh, nice to meet you too.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that this is the first time Mums and Vorpal is in the game together.
Mums, can you describe Jericho for him?
Oh, please do. I don't understand an artificer, but it looks like it's really cool.
Oh, Jericho is like human as far as you can tell. He's like kind of short, about 5'10" ish. He's like copper skin. He's got white hair like Bryle does. He's like decked out in common clothes, but he's got a rifle, which is like interesting. And he has with him a mechanical wolf, like a large-sized mechanical wolf, whose name is Wolfgang.
Very
And
cool.
yeah, and like he built Wolfgang as far as like the rest of the party knows, and it's interesting because I don't think like anyone has seen like someone walking around toting a rifle and a giant mechanical wolf before.
So when you say mechanical, do you mean like it's got like just gears and stuff, or is it like some sort of like hydraulic where like if he gets hit, like fluids pop out and stuff, or how does like what happens when he gets hit?
I would imagine it's like mechanical, like that's steampunky and stuff.
Okay, cool.
We
All right,
posted
so
a
Please
a
describe what the
picture in there last
concept.
week.
I'm sorry, I'm talking over people. I don't mean to.
No worries.
Do you remember where you posted that picture last week, Jericho? Was it in Roll20 or was it in?
I can post it in Discord. Give me one sec.
Ooh, post it in Discord, please. Can someone post my picture in Discord so he knows what Ventus looks like? Mini Penny. So let me tell you about Ventus for a second. Ventus is like a really old man. He's from a long line of sorcerers. Once in a generation, a sorcerer appears in the kind of like a mercantile type family from Waterdeep, and once in a generation, a draconic sorcerer of golden dragon appears, and we don't really know why that's happening or what's going on, but it turns out it was the reason for it was based on this campaign, Storm King's Thunder. Like we're here to help the good dragons stop the bad giants, basically. And like all my family died except for I got like a niece and a nephew left, and they're back in Waterdeep. And so I'm like an old grizzled old man, and he talks like this. You know, like that. He's like an old guy, and he's pretty cool. He's got long white hair, long white beard. Minnie Penny is a black owl, and like when you look at her at the corner of your eye, it kind of seems like she's smoldering a little bit, like a fire, like a coal fire. But when you look
Like
at her
quite
straight,
literally when she was vaporized last game, right?
hey, you shut your mouth. When you look at her straight on, she looks like just a normal owl, black owl familiar, and she's the love of my life. And she doesn't know, and she comes back as a clone of herself, not knowing that
I'm
she
sorry,
dies. Tells her, "I'm gonna have to throw a fireball up your butt." Fire guy, I do fire stuff. That's my
Yeah,
theme.
she doesn't know that she's died and that he's resurrecting her. Well, a clone of her. Poor Mini Penny.
As Jareg, which is the other familiar that's smarter than Minnie Penny. Like I think he knows that he dies, and he's pissed off when he comes back. Isn't that right?
Well, he almost died once, and he kind of forgave me for it. This time, he did die, but it wasn't my doing or my instruction that got him killed, so he's probably annoyed that he died, but yeah, he comes back. Because the whole thing about familiars is that it's a spirit of some sort that you use magic to give a form to. So, because of Warlock, I can give it a form of a pseudo-dragon, so I do. Yeah.
Yeah, with mine, it's always going to be an owl. Like the Ventus line, it's always an owl. Like they have I don't know, it's just our thing. She never changes any shape but an owl. She's always an owl.
I just want to say that last week, just before they touched the rune, Brett said something.
Here we go.
Yeah, Brett
there
said
was a
something,
Freudian
and I
slip.
said, "Wait a minute, I think there's a Freudian slip in there, and I want to change my mind on which rune we do." And he's like, "Yeah, we don't listen to you anyway." So he says, "Okay, so here's what happens." Anyways, it was funny because then we all got killed, right? But then I said to him, I jokingly, because I wouldn't change anything that happened, but I was like joking around with him. I'm like, oh, the recording's here. I'm gonna go back because I'm gonna show you that I said that. And so I just skipped ahead to this random spot, and it was like the exact spot in that whole huge big recording. And it's like, okay, no, I call foul or whatever. And like, I hear a Freudian slip there. I say we change the rune or whatever. I'm like, oh my god! And it's like this time right here. It was like, I was like, what are the odds? I'm like, you listen right now. See, I told you.
And
I still wouldn't change anything.
And
Has he been bugging you all week about this, Brett?
what's that? Has he been
I
bugging?
said, has Witchy been bothering you all week about that?
No, thankfully, Witchy has been a little bit under the weather, so he hasn't been around enough to be bothering me about it.
I didn't need to bother him. I was right that 1 second that it mattered, and it's all that matters.
I have 2 points. Number one, it was not a Freudian slip. I've been thinking of Harshnag as a storm giant throughout this whole adventure. For whatever reason, I just have him as a storm giant in my mind, even though I know he's a frost giant. And number two, Witchy, I am welcoming you to pick the next rune that you're going to poke, and we'll just see how right you are.
I'll get the DM to poke the room when we're in the other room, and we'll see how that works out.
Sounds
What's
good.
your saving throw versus fire or cold or whatever?
Oh, it's amazing! It's amazing.
He has like a +20 to his save and evasion on every type of damage.
A 1 always fails, so make sure you roll that 1d1 that you used last week. Thanks.
Yes.
Will do. Okay, there's a couple things I want to just check on before we get going in earnest. One is I wanted to. You guys can see where you are in the temple. You're all in that one room hanging out.
Yep.
The room with the fake floor with the spikes underneath. That room.
Yeah.
So I want to see if there's this neat little thing with Roll20. If I do a Shift Z on Harshnag, do you guys see a big picture of Harshnag now on your screen?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because that might be helpful. Now, if I do the same thing on one of the bandits in another room, do you see that picture of the bandit or the barbarian or whatever? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yep.
That's kind of helpful. All right. I found that out after last game. I knew I could zoom it in for me, but I found out that I can actually force it to you guys to say, hey, this is what I'm talking about. That's cool. And then, so where we start off things, and Krev, I'm going to want, it is, Vorpal, that I love the, the construct as well. So Krev, we've had a long rest. Everybody's had a long rest. You, at this point, we're going to make a decision whether you're going to have a short rest. I think you said that your absolute top priority was to have a short rest and to bring Jureg back into the picture.
Yes.
Okay. So if the party is good with that, in terms of...
Eric, did we ever figure out what that knife he found was?
Not yet.
No.
Not yet. We haven't actually spent any time with it. Nobody's got identified.
I have.
But you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm
You
interested.
do it at the same time that he's trying to bring Jureg back, and that Vorpal notices that Borel's still not conscious. Or maybe even breathing. Anyways, continue.
And also Ventus is counting out the essence and whatever else stuff that you're needing to bring Jureg back, and I'm keeping tallies because I have this bandolier, right? What's our artificer's name again? I'm sorry.
Jericho.
Jericho?
Yeah, Jericho.
Gotcha. So Jericho, I got this cool bandolier of potions and oils and all sorts of knickknacks, and basically I'm a walking, like, I don't know. It looks like a
Pharmacy
giant over my shoulder.
Apothecary.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
lovely.
By the way, upon waking up, I just because of the fact that Laura's still there, I give him a bit of a hug. I say thank you, and then I get up.
Laura looks all uncomfortable and, maybe comfortable, who knows?
No, I think he was.
He looks fakely uncomfortable. Oh, what happened?
Yeah.
What did we do last night? It was the drink. I'm sure it was the drink.
He died. I didn't do anything.
Yes, I know.
So, okay. Krebs doing a short rest for Jureg. During this time, Jericho is doing a Identify Magic, which I think is relatively immediate, maybe 10 minutes. It's not that long of a routine, I don't think. Is that correct, Jericho?
Let me look at the spell real quick.
If it's a spell, it should be right away. It's only if it's a ritual, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Casting time 1 minute. Yeah, so you do it pretty quickly. Before I reveal stuff about that, anything else that people are doing during Krebs' short rest? So this is Krebs going to take an hour to. Does it take you an hour to get Jureg back? Is that what it takes?
I don't know. I'm not 100% certain where the short rest is coming from. But just let me.
Oh, you know what? No. I'm mixing up two things. You wanted to identify the ice dagger thingy, which would have been
necessary now.
Yeah. Okay. So Jureg basically comes back in a blink of an eye, give or take.
Yeah, because it's 10 minutes for the ritual or whatever it is. But yeah.
And Jericho does a blink of an eye, identify magic. I imagine everybody else is just kind of sitting around watching the show because this is happening within a few minutes. It's not going to take you guys too long to tackle this stuff. Okay, Vorpal, I'll get the light going in a second. Okay, so Jureg is back, Mini Penny's back, and this is what you learn about that Jericho learns about the what I'll call the ice dagger. Jericho, are you going to share this with the whole group?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's one aspect of this that you're going to see towards the end of this that we'll discuss in a moment, but I'll just give you the whole info right now. It should be up on your screen in a few minutes. This is a shard of the ice ruin. So I'm taking this that you identify magic, as we talked about last session. If you use magic to identify something, then poof, you've identified everything. As opposed to a short rest, you only identify one aspect at a time. Correct?
Yeah.
So Jericho has Identify Magic, so then I don't have to take that next time I roll.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Keeping comprehend language.
Okay. So this is a wondrous item, very rare. It's a shard of ice, long and slender, roughly the size of a dagger. The ice ruin glows within it. The shard has the following properties, which work only while it's on your person. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 properties. There's Frigid Touch, Frost Friend. We'll get into the individuals of this in a second. Ice Mantle, Winter's Howl, and Gift of Frost. Vorpal, can you see this on your screen? If not, I'm going to copy it into Discord. Vorpal?
I can't see it right now because it says I lost connection on the Roll20 app. I'm just going to close the Roll20 app and just use this one because it's apparently making my tablet go. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, no problem.
Roll20 doesn't like tablets.
I just pasted it into Discord so you can read along there.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. So as an action, you can touch a body of water and freeze the water in a 10-foot radius. Frost Friend, you have a resistance to fire damage now while this is on your person. Ice Mantle, as an action, you can touch yourself or another creature with water on your finger, and it creates an icy mantle of protection. Winter Howl, as an action, you can cast Sleet Storm with a spell save of DC 17. And Gift of Frost, you can transfer the shard's magic to a non-magical item. We're going to talk about this in a second. A cloak or a pair of boots. So that's the one I want to talk about in a moment, but I'll let you guys kind of sink into the other first 4 features of it. It's, I think, pretty cool. And you'll note that it requires attunement, and I think you can only be attuned to 3 things at a time, and you can't be attuned to duplicate items. Like you can't be attuned to 2 rings of protection, for example.
And this belongs to Dethic, right?
Krev picked it up.
Currently I have it.
Currently Jericho has it because he did identify magic.
That's true.
You got to get it back from him.
There you go. Hey, but what I would do, guys, Krev, I would keep it as it is because that cloak and the boots aren't nearly as good as the Winter's Howl with a DC 17 right now. That sounds pretty good. Like especially against some like frost giants or something, and icy mantle sounds good. The boots being able to walk on water, I don't think will be that helpful because I have spells and stuff that to do that.
Yeah, and going up against fire giants, the Winter's Howl sounds good.
Mhm.
The other thing is the icy mantle is a decent protection.
Yeah, it's a good one-time wall of protection, and you just need a short rest to get it back.
Actually, the cloak does look pretty good too, but the boots, no.
Yeah. The problem is with the cloak is that we a lot of us have cloaks because we bought like 2 or 3 of them. Yeah, I mean, I can hang on to this thing, or if somebody else wants the protective bit more, having the actual attack spell is kind of cool.
I'm actually resistant to fire, so you should take that one and be resistant to ice, I think. Plus, when's the last time you used a melee weapon? You used it once, opportunity attack, so you can just kind of hold this in your hand whenever you need it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it says the shard has the following properties which work only while it's on your person. So as I read that, if it's sheathed in a sheath or in your belt, you still get the
benefits.
The benefits. That's how.
Oh,
I
nice!
read it.
You don't even have it in your hand. That's even better.
It's like a magic spell. Like I guess magic spells you need stuff and verbal depending on the spell, but I don't see this needing to be in your hand.
Yeah, it's the material and focus component for all of the items on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I can hang on to it until we come up with it, or until unless
To come up with a way for me to shape change and still have that on my person. Kidding.
Well, the other thing is, as an action, I can basically use it to put the protective mantle on you, or on Lore, or on myself if I'm in a bad state. Yeah,
Sure.
The fire damage is a little bit. Well, actually, no, because that's all fire damage, not just magical fire damage. Because I've got the resistance to magic from Jureg, so this would actually cover a range like, if you do something nasty like drop burning pitch on us, yeah.
You'll be around to save everybody else that dies from it.
Again.
Yeah,
rub it in.
Now, I am going to talk about the Gift of Frost for a moment because I did ask with a Storm Kings group, a DM's group, what their thoughts were on that in terms of, do you lose all of the properties of the shard and you only get the properties as written under Cloak and Boots? Do you get all the properties plus? And the general consensus, and of course you can homebrew whatever you want, the general consensus was no, you lose all the properties and you only get what's written under Cloak and Boots. But we had a bit of a discussion about it, and I in this group, and I said, you know what, I'm going to homebrew this a little bit. In that, so they came up with the same idea: is that why would you ever do this? Because the shard is a lot better of a magic item than the Cloak and Boots. And what I'm about to do doesn't necessarily make it that much better. But what I'm going to suggest is that if you ever want to do the Cloak and the Boots thing, I will allow you to roll a 1d4, Frigid Touch being 1, Frost Friend being 2, 3, and 4, and whatever the dice says, that also gets transferred to the Cloak or Boots. So you will lose 3 other things. We'll know that much. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to go one step further. You get to roll a 1d2. That tells you how many things are going to be transferred. And then you get to roll 1d4 that many times. And that will tell you what. So you don't get a choice what gets transferred, and you don't get a choice of how many things get transferred. But you will know that 2 things will get transferred up to 2 things will get transferred randomly. So that's what I'll allow with this magic item. If if you guys are good with that. I just thought that creates a little bit of a push-pull between, do I keep it? Do I do the cloak and boots kind of thing and get the extra stuff off the cloak and boots?
Question.
Yep.
Do I need to attune to this?
Yes, right at the top it says, requires attunement.
How does that work?
Is it a short or long rest? You take some sort of rest. I'm bringing it up in the SRD here in a second. Bond without becoming attuned, for example. Attunement requires a creature to spend a short rest focused on only that item while being in physical contact. If the short rest is interrupted, the attunement fails. Otherwise, at the end, the creature gains an intuitive understanding of how to activate the magical properties, blah, blah, blah. So right now, you're aware that this thing does this. You just don't know how to make it do it.
Okay.
An item can only be attuned to one creature at a time, and a creature can be attuned to no more than 3 magic items at one time. Any attempt to attune to a fourth, the creature must end its attunement to an item first. And you can't attune to a copy of an item. Again, you can't be attuned to 2 Ring of Protections at one time, for example. A creature's attunement to an item ends if the creature no longer satisfies the prerequisites, or if the item has been more than 100 feet away for at least 24 hours, if the creature dies, or if another creature attunes to the item. Or you can also voluntarily end it by spending another short rest on the item. Now, the homebrew version of all that is if you're spending a short rest attuning to an item, you don't get any other benefits of a short rest. Like you've got to choose what are you going to do. What are you going to take your short rest to do? And if that short rest is to roll hit die to get some hit points back, you can attune. If it's to attune, you can't roll hit dice to get hit points back. If that sounds fair.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to avoid is the stacking of short rests. Hey, I'm going to take a short rest, and here's the 5 things I'm going to do during that short rest. What was that, Vorpal?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep talking over people. I'm not
no,
used
it's
to
right.
it. But,
yeah.
So just a quick survey of everyone in the party. I have 1 attunable magic item, which is my glass staff, and that's like the only magic item I have on me besides my potions and stuff and my bandolier. And I think I have like maybe a potion of growth or something in there, but that's like considered a magic item, but it's not attunable. What else does everyone have?
I have a bag of holding and an alchemist jug.
I have a ring.
All I've got is the Shard of the Ice Rune now and a Cloak of Protection in terms of magical items, although I do have a couple of scrolls.
The cloak wasn't attunable, though. It's just the ring that was attunable.
Brial, you have the web staff, don't you?
Yeah, I don't think it was attunable, but maybe it was. I don't remember him saying so, but that would make sense. Because it was fun stuff.
Sorry, what's that item again that you were talking about?
That staff of the whatever spider king or whatever.
Oh, the yeah.
I don't remember that being attunable, but it could be.
I can find it.
I'm not near my.
Seconds.
I won't be at my 3rd anyway, so until I steal that shard.
Okay, I'm gonna just check to see if that's attunable, and while I'm doing that, what's the plan? You guys have accomplished this. Krev needs a short rest to attune to this. So Krev, assuming item is now back in your hands, you know what it does. You just don't know how to activate it yet, and you need a short rest to attune to it to understand how to activate the various things that it does.
Okay. Well, if you guys don't mind, I am going to just kind of sit down, stare at it, and go, all right, how do you work? And he's not actually trying to reason it out, he's trying to intuit it out, because abstract thinking is not his forte.
Mm-hmm.
Ventus, the old man, is like peering over your shoulder, giving unwanted advice. My beard sometimes like hits you on the top of the head, and you're like,
as it tickles, I grin, but I try not to. I don't. He's very polite about it.
I'm gonna be in the corner polishing Wolfgang.
Okay. And I'm almost there with the one weapon there, the spider staff.
Greg flies over, looks at Wolfgang, basically lands in front of Wolfgang, just kind of stares up at him, trying to figure out what is this thing.
Mini Penny goes with Jared just because he likes flying with him. He's just flying. I called her a him. Oh my God, Mini Penny, I'm so sorry.
I don't see anything here that describes that that's an attunable item, so the spider staff doesn't look like it's an attunable item.
Well, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I didn't see anything either, so that's why I didn't mark it as such.
Neat.
Yeah, and there, like for example, the ring of protection is also listed in the Lost Mines, and it also it specifically states when you're wearing this ring and are attuned to it. So they are identifying some things as attunable. So based on this, it's not attunable. The spider
My
staff.
glass staff, Brett. My glass staff is attunable, correct? The one that gives me +5 5 times a day when I get hit. AC.
I just
Sorry to make more work. Don't worry
yeah,
about it.
no problem. I'll be there in a second.
He's doing this. We need to think of our plan. Like, what do we want to do, guys?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that you.
Well, I was thinking that we try and explore, because there's a whole bunch more of this temple other than just that archway. So I was thinking to possibly explore more of it, to see if there were any more clues or other things lying around, like the shard of the ice rune that I found, just to get a better grip on this place. If there's no more clues, then we go back to our analysis of the archway and hopefully not get ourselves killed.
I like it. It's a good idea. We're gonna have to take down the webbing barrier that Barial put up, but I can just like cast a little firebolt at that and burn it up. And then once we get that, it opens up to a big ice kind of lake thing. And then after that, where it's like half movement, there's going to be 2 tunnels, one that leads off to the left, one that leads off to the right, and that's as far as Thor got before he had to come back and save us from the spider things.
Yes, although I don't think he made it back in time to do that. You and Barial basically saved me from that.
Yeah, I know. We gave him a hard time because he was sitting back there with his bow ready for something to come around the corner, and the next thing he sees is my head pop around the corner going, "What are you doing?"
Yes, the glass staff has to be attuned. By the way.
It's great.
Yeah. Okay, so yes, what is the plan?
To search for more magical items.
Okay, start moving tokens and where you want to go. So who is able to move tokens? Deathic is, Mums is, Witchy. Are you able to move your token? Like are you on your laptop and such?
No, I just got moved to my computer. My friend
Okay.
just took off, so.
Okay, so you're up and running. So the only token I need to be moving is Vorpal's.
Ventus.
Ventus is Torque token, Vorpal's character.
Yes. Oh, just keep me in the back. I like to be in the back behind.
We're putting you right up. We're putting you right up front. This is the DM. You don't get a choice in this. You gave all control over the DM now. So
no.
So Ventus goes back to the temple and starts poking the ruins, guys. What are you guys going to be doing?
Hide.
Okay, where are you going? You're in the giant
Okay.
area there, whatever they call them.
So, a few things. Do we want to go down the tunnel first, or just try and map out the rest of the temple? The other thing is there is that magical statue just south of us. The stone. I think it was a stone giant, wasn't it?
A stone giant, yes.
So there's also that.
I'm sorry, Dethick. Brian wanted me to go look at that with him because he took a look at it, but I have a really high Arcana too, and I'm sure Jericho does too. Jericho, are you technically a caster? Out of character?
Technically, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, like ant based or what? Intelligent
Yeah.
based?
Intelligent based.
Yay, the party has a smart person.
Let's go look at that statue, guys.
And Harshnag, just to remind you, Harshnag has no dark vision of any type, so if wherever he goes, there needs to be a light source.
Okay.
I have light on my staff.
Cast a light cantrip on Harshnag and just make him light up.
Okay, that works. I'll throw that on him right now.
Brett, do you have light on me for my on my staff?
I don't yet, but I don't think I do, but I'll get there.
Not that I can see it or anything, but just...
yeah. Okay, so the plan is to go to that. The plan is to go to the stone giant statue just to the south there.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay. And what are you doing when you get there?
I guess I'll invest. Or actually, maybe let's do an Arcana check and see if it's like magical or not.
Okay.
I would like to assist his Arcana check to give him advantage. I have a. You probably have a higher score than me on that, but whoever has the highest should take the thing.
I've got a +7.
Okay. As you guys head there, you realize that Bryle, if he's going to be following you, is not following you, and he's still asleep in the other room. Looking pretty weak.
Can you tell Jared to go over there if he's okay?
Well, actually, I let you guys do the investigation. I go back to Barile, and it's like, does he look emaciated? Is he thirsty? Like, is he conscious? For one.
Witchy, I'll let you jump in with any descriptions, but he doesn't seem to be breathing, or he's breathing very shallow.
And he's like really white. That hasn't changed.
Okay. Is there any sort of knowledge check that I can attempt to figure out what the hell's going on here?
Medicine, probably.
Medicine for like physical health, or Arcana for magical issues, I would say.
Is it bad enough?
Yeah, he's dead for sure. I'm kidding. Just with that roll.
Yeah. What did you say, Vorpal?
I haven't a clue what's going
he's
on.
Totally dead.
I was going to ask Carrig if it was so bad that we needed to come back from our investigating of this statue or not.
Well, I don't know what's going on, but he is still breathing. I can check for that at least. I try and hold up a water skin or something to see if he'll drink anything. If he doesn't, I don't try and like pour the thing on his face, but mostly I just kind of sit and watch over him and worry at this point.
And Witchy, I'll let you describe what's going on with Bryle, if that's okay with you.
Fine, make me work.
Yes, I am.
So anyways, yeah. So he looks healed and everything like he did because he's healed now, right? Because we had a long rest.
Sorry, it's just the number of icons just popped up in Bryle. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, hold on. I changed my push to talk, and apparently that's not a good idea. So, anyways, yeah, he doesn't look injured or anything. He just doesn't seem to roused at all. Like, he didn't seem to have been disturbed at all by any noise you guys might have made or anything you guys did when he got up.
All right. Okay.
And Vorpal and Moms, I gave you some information in Discord there about the statue. Everybody can see that information, but specifically for you guys. While Krev and Bral are dealing with their things.
So is Brile still very cold to the touch?
Yar. Not like ice cold, but he's like definitely chill to the touch.
Okay. But he doesn't feel like he's dead, just like he's got a chill.
What does dead feel like? I don't know.
No pulse.
Well,
Does he pulse?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know what death feels. I know what death feels like. I saw Lore a moment ago.
But we're also in a really cold room that's all frosty and everything, and so his skin would be even colder to the touch probably. And your medicine check was really terrible.
Yes, but I'm also cold from that room, so yeah, I don't.
It's colder than you.
Yeah. Well, Krev's just. Never mind. Not going to go with that joke. I don't know what to do. Basically, is Krev thinking to himself.
I'm gonna roll recognize who that like woman was who came down and did stuff to him.
Sorry, I heard that you're going to roll to recognize something.
Sorry, Richie, you're causing an echo.
Oh, hold on, sorry. I just switched my thing. Better?
Better, I think. Little less echo. Mums, you said you're going to roll to recognize something. What was that?
I was gonna roll religion to see if I recognized who like the woman was that we saw that came down and like stole whatever from Burrell.
I would like to see Jericho on the roll for religion.
Okay, and I'm trying to remember who stole what from Belial?
Who that woman was that we saw it came down and did whatever she did.
So she basically rose out of the earth and like formed herself into this female-looking body with like twigs and like.
I got you. I'm sorry. From last, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking you were somewhere else and somebody came and stole something from Brile. Okay, now I got you. Religion check. You would, based on your 22, you would know that this would be certainly some sort of deity. Certainly a deity that would be Druic. So you would expect that this would be a deity that either Brile as a druid would know, or maybe this is even Brile's deity of choice.
Okay.
Would we know based on the fact that it was a druidic deity that it would be somewhat neutral, since nature and druids are usually neutral?
Not necessarily. Chante.
No, not in this version.
Chante has druidic connections. She's neutral good. Sylvanas, I think that's the name of the one from. I'm not talking about the elf from Warcraft, but there's if I remember correctly, a god in Forgotten Realms that's essentially the neutral god of nature. But there's a whole slew of them. There's even some that are a little dark. I mean, Malar is associated with druids from time to time. He's like chaotic evil.
Okay, never mind. I was just trying to figure out what kind of alignment she had based on the fact that she came to the call of a druid, praying and calling upon his god. But I guess it's not going to happen. So whatever.
Yeah, given the interaction or interaction you had with it, and knew what the potential alignment would be, you Yeah, you wouldn't know that just from the deity popping up for a few
What
minutes.
about the that spent personal time with Belial? Like we had our own separate adventures and stuff. I know he is somewhat neutral, right? He's not like good. He's not like bad, but
He's just nuts.
He just doesn't like people as much as he likes nature, if you want to call that neutral.
okay, cool. I'll get off the spectrum of whatever, chaotic, neutral, whatever. It doesn't matter. Keep going.
So have you?
I guess I'll roll my own medicine check if that's cool.
Yeah, sure.
Please. Can't do worse than I did.
Yeah, Krev's medicine check was the Brile, I'm going to save an NPC medicine check.
No, that was the Arcana check.
Yeah.
I managed to get a 0.
Oh, that's true too. So Brile, Jericho rolls a 19 medicine check. And sorry, Mums, or Jericho, what's Jericho trying to do with that medicine check? Trying to understand?
Trying to understand what's wrong with him.
Okay.
So he's breathing, and he doesn't appear to be gravely injured or poisoned or anything.
Hmm.
Do we have anything that I can kind of make a broth out of from?
But he is exceptionally cold to the touch, and he has no color, and that's unusual.
Huh.
So as Jericho reports this to everyone, Ventus is going to go. I can warm him up, lay him down on this stone slab here, and then I'm going to heat the slab up using my hands and the innate fire within me until it's about 102 degrees or so. And he's like laying on something so it doesn't burn him. But we're going to try and warm.
Fahrenheit?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. That's an important distinction because
What is that in normal?
Ryle and I are
I'm like 102 degrees. Oh my god! Is he trying to like disintegrate me?
102 degrees is like the temperature of a mild fever. It's just a couple of degrees above body temperature.
That's going to be 35-ish or 37-ish or something like that.
Like comfortably warm to the touch.
And we're going to wrap him up in some furs too. If someone
So
wants
you're
to,
like picking him up to move him?
yes, we're going
Yes.
to pick you up.
Okay, suddenly he like starts swatting at you guys. He's like, "What are you doing? What's going on?"
We're trying to warm you up. Relax.
I'm fine. Why are you touching me?
Because you only just woke up now, despite us attempting to wake you up earlier. You are extremely cold to the touch, and you've lost all your pigmentation. Sorry, Krev wouldn't say that. You're white as a sheet.
We're in a cold dungeon with ice everywhere. Oh my god,
So
you
are
guys!
we,
what are
and
you-
you're still colder than us.
Leave me alone. Oh my god, is there food?
Of course there's
Or you
food.
gonna make me make berries?
All right, if he's going to resist the movement and all the trying of the worm, then I'm just going to I don't know, unknowingly to him, I'm going to walk near him and extend the heat from my body, from my dragon whatever, to encompass him as well, so he's nice and toasty like me. And I can do that through either prestidigitation or firebolt at like a low setting or something. I don't know.
Firebolt at a low setting. I love that.
I'm gonna use a non-lethal firebolt.
Yeah, set your firebolts at.
Yeah.
Uh,
Brile, stay still and do not move an inch. Okay, well, let's go with prestidigitation. That's probably the best way to. That's probably the safest way to do what you're trying to do.
Yep.
I'm telling you guys, D&D with David while he's on meds is going to be fun today.
Did anybody bring anything to eat? I could really go for like a bloody steak or something.
Sorry?
I'm just famished.
Krev usually has raw meat kicking around, don't you, Krev?
Yeah, I hear. Let me cook it for you.
Except Boral doesn't usually eat that.
That's what has me scratching my head, going. Browse usually insisted that I don't eat this. What is going on?
Ventus looks to Jericho and says, Burial is a vegetarian. Oh, to my knowledge, I've never heard him ask for meat once. In fact, he's repulsed by it. What does this mean? Do you know?
I'm as lost as you are.
So we have a fire going, right?
Sure.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
remember I had it all nice and cozy in there last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I start cooking breakfast, for lack of a better term. But I take out a few pieces. I don't know if we'd have anything raw. I think it mostly would be preserved at this point because we haven't
Probably
actually
like jerky
hunted
or
anything
whatever.
on the way in.
Yeah, you would.
So,
Well,
yeah.
I do have jerky provisions like that type of stuff.
Yeah. So the breakfast is cold, but basically I fetched Brile out some jerky and a biscuit.
Thanks. Where are you guys going? How long have I been sleeping?
Ventus is going to squat down in front of Burial, look him straight in the eyes, and say, Do you not remember? You called upon your goddess, who physically manifested and raised Lore from the dead, who is over there still sleeping. Like, he's lucky to be alive. I thought he was liquefied under that boulder, under that meteor swarm. But she came and survived and brought him back, and then you turned alabaster and fell over and have just now regained consciousness. Do you remember any of that?
Yeah, that wasn't exactly what happened, but yeah. But are we leaving already? I need to wake up a little bit. Where's Harshnag going?
Not sure.
Harshnag isn't going anywhere. He's just kind of poking his head in the doorway and wondering what's going
How's
on.
Lore?
He's still asleep over there, I believe. Isn't that how, Brett, we deal with NPCs in here? I mean,
When players aren't available, the NPCs are with the group but non-combatant. But in this situation, Lore is breathing and such. But he's he had quite the deal go on. He was basically smushed, so he's still healing himself. Like naturally, he's it's like having the flu, right? You're gonna sleep it off.
And Lore is kind of fine. I mean, he didn't, unless you're adding something like he was tossing and turning all night, I would have noticed. But he seemed to have slept well through the evening.
Yeah, Lore looks fine. He's just taking extra time that you would expect for somebody who A, got smushed, B, was also raised from the dead.
Yeah, he looks under the weather a bit too, I think.
Yep.
so as Ventus rises from his crouching position, he is like, well, Ryle, if you don't want to tell us, that's fine. We were going to go down to where you blocked off that ice lake before, burn those webs away, and rediscover those two tunnels that split into four. Do you remember that?
Yeah, as a spider, that was kind of icky, actually.
Do you feel well enough to move?
Yeah, I'm fine. Like, he pats Laura a couple times and he's like, "You stay here, buddy. You stay here." And he gets up and he's like, looks around and he grabs his big cloak that he was like laying in and kind of like straps it around himself. And he's kind of moving a little slower than normal, and he still looks really deathly. And he's like, "Okay, point me. Where are we going?"
Well, Jericho would like to go look at that statue again. Jericho mentioned that it might be able to move.
Oh, the magic statue?
Yes, and it's some sort of transmutation magic. So
Yeah, well, I'm not standing anywhere near it if you guys poke it, just to be clear. Because I am not entering into any more. Never mind.
So I guess back to that room, Brett, and we're gonna go look at it some more and see if we can find like an activation rune, or if we can figure. Is this some sort of like a guardian that's going to come to life and battle us, or is it just some sort of construct that's been long left inactive?
You've been around it for, like, you've been here 24 hours now, and you've passed by this thing a number of times, and you certainly haven't seen indication moving or coming to life or anything like that. So there's really not much you can discern that way as to if it does come to life, or if it will it attack you, what happens. I'll describe again what it looks like. So standing in the alcove, it radiated an aura of transmutation magic that Brial picked up with his detect magic ritual earlier on when you came in here. And its arms are lifted up with its hands outstretched, and the palms are facing. It says here that the palms are facing the west end of the hall, which, quite frankly, is to your left. Like north is up. I think that's a. I think that's it's an error. I believe its palms are outstretched towards the long hall to the north.
Does it look like those hands could hold a sword?
No, they're more almost like they are. If there was a wall in front of the hands, like right where the hands were, it almost looks like it would be pushing a wall, like pushing something away from it. But not in a manner that it would be holding a sword or weapon or something like that. Leaning up against something, pushing, something like that.
Well, Ventus is at a loss, so I'm just going to look around at Jericho, Belial, and oh man, my memory. Carrick, Krev?
Krev.
Yeah, sorry. And
Oh,
Krev, I'm going to shrug my shoulders. I hit my head hard, guys.
no, it's fine. It's really fine. Sorry, I was distracted by stuff. Okay. I continue to observe Brile. Like, I'm still with you guys, but my attention is split. I'm almost. Should I make a roll to try to surreptitiously observe? Because I
Isn't that like
I'm
passive
worried.
perception?
Surreptitiously observe which or what?
Well, Brile's character, just how he's acting. Because I gave him food, but when he got up, it was still there.
You could do a insight check to just kind of check on his mannerisms, body language, vocal tone, to try to figure out something. You could do a perception check, but that's really looking to, like, you're trying to see something or hear something. So I don't know if a perception check would really work in this case. You're trying to get a sense of
Probably more like an extended perception, I would think.
if
Might be a little bit insight. I probably should do a deception just to make it look as though I'm not trying to observe him.
Yeah, we'll start there.
Oh shit.
And I'll either give you a DC on that, or you can roll it against Brile. Oh god.
If you deception against his light, most likely.
Was that Mums?
I think it'd be deception against his own insight or perception.
Yeah, I was going to suggest this to contest it against the
It's probably
contrast.
against insight.
Yeah. So, does Brian want to roll an insight check? Please and thank you.
Please roll low. God damn it.
I don't have a +6 on it. I tried.
So, Bryle, you pick up on Krev kind of,
And I don't getting anything out of him anyway.
yeah, checking you out or something.
Well,
If he does, he doesn't seem to let on.
Okay.
alright. I just, like I said, a lot of my attention is going to be split watching Barial and trying to contribute to what the hell this statue is doing.
Okay.
But
So Brow's like following along though. He's still following along like normal, although maybe he seems to be putting a little bit more weight on the staff that he carries around with him.
I think our best
please
bet
understand
is
that this is
forcing it.
motivated out of concern for Barial. Something is different, and he's trying. He's trying to distract us from it, and Krev isn't giving up.
Okay. And Mums, what did you also say there?
Two things. One, Jericho isn't looking into it as much simply because he doesn't know Baral as well as the rest of the party does.
Yep.
So if he's acting different, he wouldn't pick up on it anyway. But he thinks we should all explore some more.
Okay. Yeah, and if you were to
I'm
check in
down
on
for that.
if you were to check in on Bryle, I would give you a disadvantage just because of the time spent or lack of time spent. So yeah, Mums is kind of pushing Jericho's kind of pushing everybody else along and saying, "Let's go."
So Jericho, there's nothing else we can glean from this room that you think of.
If it can move, I mean, it definitely can move, but we've been in here for so long and it hasn't done anything. I don't think it will do anything unless we act incorrectly. Our best bet's away from it, probably.
We likely have to trigger it somehow, but I don't know how.
Poke it with a stick. Poke it with a stick.
No.
Well, you've got the stairs leading up where Krev went before. It's the second level above the giant. I keep wanting to call it barracks. It's not exactly that. But anyways, more giant beds and stuff like that. That's where he found that dagger and the shard. And it's there's a bit of a cave in towards the end, so the hallway up there doesn't go as far, or doesn't allow you to go as far as this hallway down there. You've got the temple to your south. You've got some doors to the south of the temple that you haven't explored yet, and then you've got the cavern just a little bit to your north there that you explored a little bit of, but haven't don't seem to have explored all of it. And you've got the archway.
How deadly were those spiders? I don't know if I'm leery or not to go back in there.
How deadly were the spiders?
Yeah.
They only
It's just
really
so-
hurt me because they ambushed me. They die pretty quickly.
They were similar
Yeah.
to giant spiders, but they had like a whitish sheen to them, and the webs that they shot out were more brittle than the typical webs that you would get from a giant spider.
They won't be a problem. I say is
I wanna
Wolfgang to
Wolfgang
lead the way.
I would probably leave him here to guard the lore, if anything.
Okay. And Vorpal, what were you saying?
I was going to ask if Wolfgang would like to lead the way to that ice cavern, but he said he wants him to stay and watch lore, so that's cool.
Yeah, the caverns are 5 feet across, 10 feet high, so only medium and smaller characters can move in there without restriction. A large character would have to squeeze, therefore they would have half movement, and anything bigger than a large character like Harshnag, who is huge, I believe, can't get in there at all.
I will bring up the fact that I can do twin reduce on both Harshnag and your Wolfgang if they want to come with us.
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Okay. Well, if that's what you... What does reduce take you down one size, or does it take you down to a size of your choosing?
I believe it's down one side.
Brett, yeah, it just takes you down one size or up one size. And if you click on the spell card on my character sheet, it'll tell
Okay. And
you everything about it.
I'll do that once I get it. And so yeah, so if you do that, Wolfgang will be able to move without restriction in the cavern, and Harshnag would still have restriction because now he becomes large versus huge.
It sounds good to me.
I'm just getting that up. Okay, so that's...
I'm sorry, Jericho. Keep cutting you off, man. Did you say you wanted to do that, or you did not want me to do that to him?
I'm fine with it. The more people we have with us, the better.
Okay.
Do you guys still see me in Roll20? Because mine's frozen.
Yeah, you're right next to me, actually.
But you're not logged in. Meaning along the bottom?
Oh, okay. Yeah, hold on. Let me get back in there again. I'm going to refresh.
All right, Brett, since that is a second level spell to twin it, I need to take off 4 sorcery points from my 6, and then take off one of my second level spell slots that I can use, please.
Okay. I can't remember. Is the left-hand number the maximum number, and the right-hand number is how much you have left in your spell slots?
Yeah, yeah, dude. The way I use it is left hand is like the bucket, and the right hand is how much is in the bucket.
Gotcha. Okay, so I've taken care of your spell slots, and then where is your where are your sorcery? Oh, there's your sorcery points. How many sorcery points do I take out?
It's a second level spell, so when it says twin on the right, I'm trying to remember this, but my brain's all fuzzy. So if you'll read down where twin, and then just do what it says.
I got it here. Spell. You have spent a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level to target a second creature in a range within the same spell. Okay, so 2. You lose 2. Yep. All right, so you're down to 4 sorcery points and 2 out of 3 level 2 spells.
Awesome, cool. Now we have a whole party to go down there. Those spiders won't know what the fuck hit them.
You're still in those caverns, though. You're still single file, though. Again, given only 5 feet to cross in the caverns. So if you guys want to move Harshnag... well, okay. Let's think about this for a second. So if you all head off, is Lord back awake and coming with you as a non-combatant, or is he still Brile? Is he still asleep in the room? Because if so, you're leaving him by himself if Harshnag goes.
No, he was still asleep, and we're leaving him with Harshnag. So I don't know. He can. I guess he can just stay back on his own. I'm sure he's fine. But we would have roused him beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Harshnag is coming with you with the twin spell then.
I'm confused. Did I twin reduce on Harshnag and Wolfgang, or did I only reduce Wolfgang?
Well, that's what I'm trying to determine. Is Lore Brile would know best between him and South, or which you would know best between him and South. Is Lore now with the party as a non-combatant, or does Lore need more time in the room while you guys go off searching?
Well, character-wise, like personality-wise, he wouldn't want to stay behind, but he would know that he's not feeling himself, but he still wouldn't stay behind unless we made him.
Okay, so he comes along non-combatant at the back of the the back of the pack. Okay, Ventus then twin the spell on Wolfgang and Harshnag.
Gotcha. Cool.
Okay, so if you want to move your tokens, Ventus will take up the rear with Lore, and if you want to move your tokens to the north there where that cavern is, and off we go. And I may forget to move Ventus's token every now and then, but once again, he and Lore will be back of everything.
If you want to, you can give control of my character to like Witchy or Krev or something.
Okay. Is there anything on your character sheet that you may not want another player to see? Like your internet
Nah.
your internet.
No, it's all good stuff. They might get
Does anybody and just hold where you are, Jericho? Does anybody want to take over Ventus's character sheet for this session?
Krev might be the best one since he's a caster too, and he uses charisma, so he might know how my guy works a little bit better than anyone else. I don't know.
And he stays in the back like a chicken shit. I mean,
Deathic, you good with that?
I'm fine with that.
Alrighty, I'll add
I
that.
will remember that, Wishy.
Okay, you should have control over his token and his character sheet now.
Just popping the character sheet open now,
Okay.
and I promise not to change anything.
That's cool, dude. Whenever Jared goes off and does something, remember that Minnie Penny can assist on one attack. So that's usually what she does.
Okay.
And I won't give you control unless you want. I won't give you control over Mini Penny. You can,
That's fine.
Just
theater
in
of
the mind.
Mini.
Yeah. And as you're going through the caverns, just remember if you hold Alt, you won't snap to the grid. Because I don't know, are you in trouble there because you have a little bit off the
Yeah, I'm somewhere I'm not supposed to be, I think.
your let me try to get you back.
falling to his demise. It's terrible.
Yeah. There, that might.
Can I have Wolfgang if he dies?
No.
Morale's like,
Well, you're always fun.
I think Wolfgang belongs to himself.
I'm asking for a friend.
Bryle's like the collector of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
All the things.
All the things. So the caverns won't snap to the various spots. Now, if you remember, very icy, so it's a half movement. So if and when we get into a combat situation, we'll go a quarter movement. Now, kind of keep up with each other, no problem. But quarter movement, and everybody else movement because it ices everywhere. And this is where I want to. You kept mentioning like a which because so. Where did you pick this frozen lake? Because there's, from what I know, you haven't encountered a frozen lake.
Oh, my bad. I'm just remembering what Lore said last time, and he was like, it was a big open cavern, and I was like trying to run back, but I wasn't moving half speed. I just assumed it was a frozen lake. So
it's just really icy and slippery.
Gotcha. No worries.
Okay, so you guys can continue along and to the fork of the road where the attacked you. You're listening, keeping everything. File has, and so far you don't hear anything. And when you do come to that fork of the road, you're going to see a red line where Barial shot some. But I believe that would be gone now because it would.
Someone was supposed to be again. Can you put me back in?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, I've popped through the wall as well, I'm afraid.
Stick my finger up there for a second. I look at the party and say left or right.
Thank you.
When it out, follow your nose. Which way smells better, Barial?
Bro like raises an eyebrow. What do you mean smells better?
Well, that's what Gandalf says in the Mines of Moria.
The air
I haven't
smells
read
less,
those scrolls yet. I'm sorry.
Gandalf who? Minds of what?
He's a great wizard. I knew him once.
So we stand at the intersection, and he kind of closes his eyes, and his hair starts like wisp in like invisible wind, and he like kind of tries to determine which way to go. So do I hear anything coming from either direction?
No, you do not.
Do I smell anything?
There is a draft coming through these caverns, but you can't discern. It's not necessarily stronger one direction or the other, but you do feel draft coming. I think it would be towards you. Anyways, there's a draft.
From both of them?
Okay, so I point away from the draft this way.
From both directions, yeah. There's a draft going through.
Oh, from both directions.
Yeah.
Suck.
Yeah. So whatever's causing the draft seems to be causing it equally to the right and to the left.
When in doubt, flip a coin.
Roll a 1d2.
Does the
He
elevation
points to the right and says this way.
Good enough.
I'm sagely.
What's the this and lower back?
Where I'll be near the front, actually, seeing as he's using his perception.
Okay.
Perception battery.
Was he at the very front?
Sure.
Okay. And then Jericho and Krev, where are you guys in terms of order?
Me and Wolfgang would be behind Bro.
Okay. So Bryle, Jericho, Krev, and then Ventus Lore.
Yes.
Would
and
Harshnag,
Harshnag, yeah.
would Harshnag like to go first? Burial, or do you want to go first? A little bit.
There's only enough room for one of us at a time, right?
Yeah. Where's Harshnag to be?
No, he should be behind me.
Okay. And so do you want to be in front?
Behind me.
Same
If
question.
you also snap me back in. Sorry, I keep running into these walls and getting stuck.
Okay, no worries. And Krev, Harshnag in front of you or behind you?
Let's have Harshnag go in front of me.
Okay, so we've got Bryle.
The two artillery pieces are, in fact, in the back.
Yeah.
Where we should be.
Bryle, Jericho,
Exactly.
and Ventus.
I am a harsh Krev.
There we go. And as you continue along, nothing nondescript or anything like that. Slippery, 5 foot wide. You see these brittle webs kind of dangling from the ceiling and such.
Every once in a while, Ventus will look up and behind him, make sure there's no spiders up and crawling around behind us, like, trying to sneak up behind me since I'm the last in line.
Yeah, Bro, you're gonna get a bit of a sense of smell of but yeah, coming from north.
Interesting.
Interesting. I don't know if you guys can see this. I have to do my control thing. Actually, keep Bryle where he is just for a moment. I just want to see something. So you can't really see too far north of you, but on your screen, can you see the cavern to your left?
Oddly,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Roll20. Oh, I see why. I see exactly why. Okay, no.
Do we see a light up ahead or anything?
No, you don't see any light up ahead. That's interesting. Oh well.
Burial, what do your elf eyes see? Usually I ask Lore that, and it's a running joke there, mums.
So Bral is slowing down a bit as he's like trying to get a sense of what's ahead.
You do see that the just beyond your line of sight, or just at the edge of your sight, that you see that the cavern is opening into a larger room, but that's all you know at this point.
So he kind of gestures for them to quiet down.
Ventus slips and falls.
Quiet down.
I'm
I'm sorry,
gonna
strike
roll
my-
stealth to be extra quiet.
Sure, go for it.
That's the hint.
I think I'm quiet.
Will you please roll my stealth for me? Kerrig? Krev? God, Lord.
Yes, I'm working on that right now.
Actually, I just I should be rolling it for him off the token thingies, but it's not showing up on my side yet. Might be a little slow. There we go. Okay, yeah. 8.
The 8 was for Wolfgang.
Yeah, 18 there, Ventus. You're feeling pretty good.
Nice.
I rolled a natural 20.
Yes, you did. So, as a group, you're feeling pretty stealthy. I guess I didn't roll Harshnagger for that part.
Oh, he rolled a natural 20. Don't worry about it.
As I'm coming up to this opening, I'm being particularly slow and trying to take extra time to perceive anything that's in that space or that's waiting in that space. Obviously,
You have a 30 high foot to. You could see to the left a bit of a dynamic lighting snafu. You see a 30 foot high ceiling supported by columns. You see a couple of those rocky columns in front of you. This cavern is filled with these translucent, brittle spider webs that you've seen so far that are blocking a lot of line of sight in this cavern. So it's just webbed. It's just webs upon webs upon webs.
let me check the range on something.
Oh, Kraver, you got it.
That was an oops. Sorry, hold on.
Got back in. I think the
I'm
problem
sorry.
is that I'm moving Krev and Jareg as kind of a unit, and I think one of them is constantly popping in and out, but
Yep.
the game's letting me pull back in.
Yeah, as long as you can pull. Oh, that's because you know what? The dynamic light is not. There's not a dynamic light line to your left-hand side, so the Roll20 just sees that as more of the map. That's why you're able to pull it back in from the left, and that's also why you can see the cavern off to the left as well.
Okay, I'm gonna tell these guys to stay back a minute, because there could be more spiders. I'm gonna kind of whisper it back to them, and I'm gonna try to sneak ahead a little bit. I need to get within 30 feet of them.
Well, these webs are within about 20 feet. Like they're right as soon as you enter the cavern. Like the whole cavern is just webbed.
Okay, and I start to just spray flames at the webbing.
So produce flame cantrip and
Okay, they start to kind of somewhat melt, somewhat burn away. And as you're doing this, it gives you the sense that it'll probably how far do you want to burn into these webs? Like how many feet?
Well, I can go 30 feet, so I'll clear 30 feet and see if the flames burn themselves out and if they stay on fire. I know they're going to be the icy web, so I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'll see.
Yep.
And I'll stay put. I'm watching for any reaction from any spiders that might be in there.
Sure. As you start burning your way through this, in order to get 30 feet in, you feel that's probably going to take you about 10 or 15 minutes to burn 30 feet in.
I can come help you.
Really? Okay.
There's a lot of webs here.
So I say, but they burn at 5 feet per round, right?
Yep.
Unless they're special.
Yep.
But I say, I whisper to who's behind me?
I'm
Me.
behind you.
Jericho's immediately.
Harshnag?
Jericho is immediately behind you.
Oh, I say to Jericho, I'm like, tell Ventus to slide up here if he can.
I play telephone and I tell Harshnag to tell Ventus to slide up there.
And Harshnag turns to Krev and says, Brial wants a burger slider.
It's a
I
veggie
look at
burger
Harshnag.
slider, thank you.
I look at Harshnag.
With diet cheese.
Are you sure?
He said something about a vegetable slider or something like that. He tells you to pass. He says that Brow wants Ventus to squeeze up next to him down at the front of the cavern.
Oh,
All right.
all right. Ventus, Brown needs you up front.
All right, I'm coming. Scoot over, big guy. Oh, dude, what did you have for lunch? Ugh.
And
Your
with
breath
some,
is very good.
and with some
And then
effort,
I try under Harshnag's legs because he's so big, and then I
Yeah.
pop up and it's right by the reduced Wolfgang and Jericho until I'm standing right next to Morale, and I'm like, "What about sliders?"
I heard there would be.
Just shut up and help me. This is gonna take me all day, and you can see this like thin stream of like flames like emitting from my hand, but it's like amateur hour compared to fire sorcery.
So I see what you're doing, and I'm just kidding, and I'm like, "Ooh, I love fire." So I give him a hand, and I just start blowing fire bolts left and right. If I need to spill a level 1 spell slot to do burning hands, I'll go ahead and do that too, just to speed this up. We want to get through here in about 5 minutes, if possible.
Well, if you want to get through here in about 5 minutes, yeah, you got the feeling that it's going to take more than a cantrip.
All right, burning hands this.
Okay, between you, Deathlick, if you don't mind.
It's the one on the right that gets decremented, yes?
Yeah. Left hand is the bucket. Right hand is how much is in the bucket.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So in 5 to 7 minutes, you guys start burning through all this stuff, and you clear quite a number of the webs. One of the things you do notice as you're doing this and kind of moving ahead as you go, as you're burning away webs, there are some large web cocoons towards the back of the cavern. So I'll give you the choice to decide whether or not you're going to burn those too, or
Do you remember
leave them.
why the original agreement we made with the now completely pasted barbarians at the front? They were looking for friends of theirs that were taken by spiders.
Yes.
Let's cut them open, guys, and see what's in there. I'm careful not to burn what looks like human-shaped or barbarian-shaped cocoons.
We may not have
Keep it
much
up.
of a choice, because if you light one part of the web, it may simply just cross the roof.
Who was it that we were trying to save again? What?
Not necessarily save, but the agreement was if we found them, we would, and they were alive, then we would show them out. Sort of.
Yeah, if they haven't had their blood drained yet, okay.
So you burn away the webs, but it sounds like you're careful with these cocoons that you come across, and you're cutting open the cocoons.
Yes, sir, and seeing if they're alive inside. But I'm going to step back to the back of the line again, and I'm going to let Barile and our artificer, who probably know more about medicine than I do, check them out. And I'm just going to watch our back to the cabin.
Okay, and if you want, you guys can move your tokens into the cavern wherever you want to be, or stay. Obviously, somebody's going up towards the cavern. It's kind of in this general area here to be dealing with the cocoons. So whoever's more or less for Mum will.
Jericho's my back to the wall, basically, so that I'm not leaving myself open. And I know from my own experience as being a spider that if any spiders are here, they sense any movement on these webs. So if there's any webs attached to where the spiders are, that they would be coming.
Gotcha.
I'm
Well, we
gonna
burned
do the
her.
same thing he's doing.
Sorry, a little bit of that, Brile. Have you turned into one of these spiders?
No, I remember being a spider just yesterday.
Yeah, no, I gotcha. Well, there's some things you don't remember very well these days, ever since you did something with Laura.
Hey.
Yeah. And Mums, what were you saying?
I'm also gonna keep my back to the walls,
Okay.
just mimicking him.
So you cut open these cocoons, and there's 3 of them, and the first one is a mountain goat that is just like completely blood drained, as Brile had kind of referred to. The second one and the third one hold 2 barbarians. One is a male barbarian who, by all manners of looking at them, is dead. Looks pretty messed up by something, bitten, cocooned.
They'd be drained of blood if that's the case.
Well,
right?
this one isn't drained of blood. This one that's seemingly dead is not drained of blood. So whether they were left there for a snack later, who knows? The third one, a woman, is unconscious, so not dead, that you can tell.
I'm going to do a medicine check on the one that's dead, and like see if I can see like what got him beat up and stuff. Or would that be an investigation check?
That would be. I think that would be an investigation check, if I remember correctly. That's to kind of determine like what kind of blade sliced somebody or something like that.
No problem.
Yeah, Brile and your medicine.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
A 10.
Yeah, there's obviously piercing damage. Given you've ran into the spiders, you would make a bit of a guess that it might be a spider bite mark, but it could be that somebody also knifed them. You're not really picking up exactly what might have killed it. You're just guessing.
Yes.
Piercing, spiders, bite, probably.
Can you feed him a good berry and wake him up, Brile? The one that's still breathing? Is he alive? Did I miss something?
Yeah, there's a female that's unconscious, but seemingly alive, breathing and such. And there's a male barbarian. Both barbarians, like the ones you met, the male barbarian looks dead, and that's the one Jericho just did the investigation on. And Brile, what are you investigating?
I'm checking them over as well.
Which ones and for what?
I'll check the other barbarian that looks dead to see if he's been like his innards been liquefied for later, or if he looks like he died from some other means other than the spider.
No, it doesn't look like anything's been liquefied or blood drained, but you're able to determine that, yeah, certainly this was a spider bite mark or some sort of bite mark that took this guy down.
Peculiar.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you see similar marks on the female barbarian that's unconscious, so that's what probably took her out as well. But she is alive, unconscious. The other guy is dead.
I move over to her and I gently touch her.
She's kind of cold to the touch, given that you are. But other than that, she
Yes, she does. Hold on.
doesn't. Oh, you're touching her in the healing way.
I'm touching her inappropriately.
Yeah.
The healing way or your healing way?
Yeah, exactly. Is this a Sildar? Is this a Sildar heal, or is this a heal that you actually want them to come back?
Maybe this is one of my new types of heals.
Yeah, exactly. So you are healing her to bring her back conscious, right?
Yeah, but then I'm putting my fingers to her lips if she tries to jump up or get roused or make any noise. I'll try to suppress that any way I can.
Okay, gotcha. She certainly is healed and woken, and she is obviously quite surprised to see all these people standing above her.
What language do these barbarians speak when we ran into them?
They're
I
speaking.
assume common.
They're speaking common with you.
Okay, just making sure. And I tell her, I'm like, shh.
There's
But-
going to be reason to comprehend languages spell. I promise you, it will be useful at some point.
Well, when
We
she
kind of
does,
skip over the different types of human languages pretty roughly, because I mean that's one of the things about the Forgotten Realms is that common is like 2/3 of a language. You can't really have a good conversation in it. You need to actually know Chundathan or Aluskan or whatever.
she when you do waken her, and she's obviously surprised to see everybody else around there. She is startled and starts saying stuff that you guys don't understand in a language that you don't understand.
Are you sure we don't understand? None of us understand?
I've checked your lists, and I'm pretty sure none of you understand it.
Bastard. So I soothe her. I'm like, shh, it's okay. We're not enemies. Are you okay?
And she starts speaking in common, given that she's I assume you're speaking to her in common.
Yar.
Okay, she starts speaking in common, very afraid, especially looking at Ventus and Krev, who have,
Of course, we're spellcasters.
Sorcerer, spellcaster look to you, and she starts just kind of going in hysterics. And who are you? Where's my tribe? Get away from me! Don't touch me! And she's looking around for a weapon. And she's backing up against the wall to kind of defend herself.
When she says, "Where's her tribe?" I kind of look a little sad. Because,
We tell her that her tribe was killed by an ancient blue dragon that came in here and went through the portal out in the other room. Do you know anything about the portal?
Ventus, you're just so gentle.
No bedside manner whatsoever.
Yeah. And she turns to you and says, "Lies! Spellcaster, lies! Where's my tribe? And stay away from me."
I look
These
at
spellcasters saved your life and roused you from near death. So you can curse us all you like, but the only reason you're standing is because of these spellcasters.
Then I would
if
rather...
she reaches for the weapon, then I'm going to encourage Jericho to have Wolfgang like pin her or do whatever it is Wolfgang does.
She doesn't find any weapon nearby. Like, you could tell that she was kind of looking around for, like, it'd be like if you woke up with a bunch of strangers, right? Like, is there something nearby that I can grab to defend myself with? And there is nothing. And her reply to Bryle is that then I would rather be dead. To which Bryle does the other healing, and now she's dead.
Now, I'm going to.
You guys look away a moment. Check on the other two.
I'll take care of this one. So
we were asked by your tribe before the incident with the Great Worm to rescue you if possible. So would you like then that their dying wish be dishonored? I guess if that's how your tribe does things, I mean, we're totally cool with that. And he's like dead serious, but looking like really, like almost like, I don't want to say angrily at her, but kind of like this dark look on her.
Mm-hmm. She's backed up against the wall behind her in the typical defensive kind of pose. Her eyes are darting back and forth. She sees the two caverns, so she sees like there's an exit and there's an exit kind of thing, and she just says, "Lies! Take me to my tribe now. Unhand me."
I would like to attempt to persuade her to calm down. If I can buddy up with Krev here, maybe we can talk some sense into her. Just be like,
I don't think you two are the best for that job.
Yeah, it's like I'm looking at Ventus, and it's like she's likely to. I look at him. Look, I'm kind of used to this. Not for this reason, though. But there's nothing you can do to convince her that we're, okay. She's just going to be very, very, very standoffish to us. forever. So it's probably best, actually, that as I look around and realize that the only non-combatant person here is actually the only non-spellcaster, sort of. Barbarian doesn't.
Do you want to roll a persuasion check there, Vorpal? Like, I know you can't actually roll it.
Persuasion, yes, possibly. But
did you? What did you suggest, Ventus? What did you want to do? Persuade her to calm down?
I wanted to put on my airs as like the charming old man and be like, "Oh dear, everything will be well. You know, your tribe is dead, but all is not yet lost. Come, let us help you." And then I'm going to like put my hand on Krev's shoulder so he can assist me and whatever he wants to say to her.
Okay. Krev, roll a second persuasion check, please. I see the first one.
what the hell?
I don't know what the heck's wrong with.
Okay, so this is like a revisit of last week when I rolled like doubles
on everything. Yeah.
Doubles. It was weird.
Yeah. She calms a little bit, just a little, but she is wary of you two being spellcasters, and she still maintains that just get me out of here and get me to... The less time she spends with you and the quicker she gets back to her tribe is the happier she will be.
Okay, I'm gonna say huddle time, and I'm gonna like ask Jericho if he can have Wolfgang watch her for a sec, and then all of us huddle our heads together. And I'm gonna be like, "So guys, do we have any ideas? Do we want to try and charm her, or shall we just ask for whatever information she has and then let her on her way?" Obviously, out of her hands.
I don't think she's very likely to tell us much. I say we just let her go, or dispose of her if she's hostile.
Oh. I know Harshnai won't be keen on her wandering around by herself. So why don't we escort her out and basically say, go away and never come back?
We could maybe have we could have Lore maybe escort her out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
She doesn't have a weapon.
Because Lore's been flirting with her this whole time. No, we're your friends.
Actually, that might actually be true.
Of course that's true.
Yeah.
And if so, Krev looks a teeny bit hurt, but
Pretty funny. So Laura's like, "Oh, young lady, let me."
Laura would be like, "Let me take you. Just you and I. Don't worry. These guys, they're casters. I get what you're talking about. They're creepy and scary. They scare me sometimes. Me, I'm not a caster. Look at me. I'm a swordsman. I can take you. I've got big swords. You're in good hands.
I have got big swords.
Yeah. I am.
Come on, tell me that's not Laura.
Laura's more smooth about it.
Yeah. You need to do it in an English accent. Who has the best English accent?
Yeah, there is that too.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Said I'm totally okay with this. I might ask her for any information she might have, just in exchange for Lore taking her out, and I don't know, whatever he's gonna do to her.
She's not.
Laura be like, "Do you want to touch my rapier?"
Oh,
I actually
Lord.
have rapiers. I've got one in my left hand, one in my right hand, and the others.
Jeez. I can't wait till
He's not
Seth
Cockney.
That's it.
Would you like to sheathe my sword?
If
you're listening to this on the recording, we're so sorry.
I can't wait for him to do this later.
Yeah. Give me a moment. I'm going to write down the timestamp of this.
1 hour in almost.
Oh, don't do that. No, I was on drugs. This never happened, Laura. Don't listen to her.
So yeah, let's send him on his way with her, and I think I'm sure he could get her going. And if she resists too hardly, I mean, whatever, dispatch her.
Okay. Harshnag says if an enemy of the temple is going to be escorted out, I am going with Lore as well. And
Okay. Do you want me to dispel reduced person on you after you've left these caves, Harshnag?
yeah, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea, although he wouldn't be able to come back into the caves afterwards. And how long does reduce spell? I'm going to go look back at the... How long does this go for? It is... concentrate... the duration is a concentration up to 1 minute. That doesn't sound helpful.
I thought it was like an hour. Okay, well,
Which charm person?
No, enlarge reduce.
Oh.
We may want to take that spell back.
Oopsie.
Yeah, guys, I thought it lasted an hour, like invisibility.
Yeah, if the target is unwilling, it can make Constitution. If the target creature changes, okay, enlarge. Let's go to reduce. The weight, the reduction decreases until the spell ends. The target also has disadvantage on strength and saving throws. Yeah, the only thing about duration, like the duration says concentration up to 1 minute, so we might want to retcon this and say these guys weren't even in. Harshnag wasn't even in here with you to begin with.
Yeah, if that's the case, I'd probably leave Wolfgang outside too.
Well, the question with Wolfgang could still be in here as a large creature squeezing through.
Then that's fine. He just couldn't fit at the spell.
Yeah, my bad, guys. I'm so sorry. I guess that's a battle spell and not like a support, like invisibility spell. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's
we can.
okay,
I guess you get back a sorcery point then.
Yeah, we all missed it. So yeah, if if Deathic could put back the sorcery point in the level 2 spell slot, I think. So yeah, Harshnag can absolutely not make it into the caverns at his size. Wolfgang can make it in the caverns at his size, but needs to go at half speed on top of the half speed with the ice. So Wolfgang could be with you if you want, Jericho. He's just his speed is reduced even beyond your speed.
Okay, so I'd probably put him in the back with Lore.
Okay. So if Laura wants to escort her out, and when he gets out there, Harshnag is waiting outside the caverns, and he's going to escort with Laura and take her out as well.
That's cool. I guess we could wait here. How will that take long? Should we take a short rest here while they're doing that?
It'd probably take less than an hour, but maybe about 30-ish minutes, given the reduced speed in the caverns and such. So if you want to take a short rest, if you want to take a 30-minute rest and then extend that another 30 when they come back, then that's fine too.
We don't really need to though, because he's just going to go drop her off, and then he can catch up to us whenever.
Yeah, and he's not combatant, so.
And I have 6 points death, 6 sorcery points total, because I used 2 for the enlarge reduce because it was a level 2 spell.
Fixed.
Thank you. So onward, guys. Shall we go onward? What do we see in front of us, Brett? After we release the kids?
Sure. So you send her out with Lore. That's what happens.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we send her out with.
Okay. You have the cavern that you came out of, which is to the southeast portion of this larger cave, and then you have another cavern going kind of more to the southwest of the cave. So you can go back the way you came to the junction and continue in the direction you did not go, or you can go down this new cavern now.
Let's keep going down the new cavern.
New cavern.
Okay. And same
Same marching
order
minus Lore.
Minus Lore and Harshnag.
Because if Harshnag's out there, he and Lore can just stay there and be non-combatant and safe at the same time.
True. Okay, go ahead and dynamic lighting wise, you won't see anything to your left, but you will probably see something to your right, because again the dynamic light is just a little bit snafu'd on this
Slightly
map.
booched. Yeah.
But I don't think it will affect anything in terms of playability.
I love that I can move the tokens at the same time. It's really convenient.
Yeah. And Brawl, you're back. Yes, you are back. As you head down this one cavern, you once again come to a decision point that you can go left to your west, or you can continue south-ish, southeast.
Morale just goes to the right. He doesn't even stop.
What's the right?
I would, I guess, be to the left.
There's left to the west and down south.
To the west.
Okay.
Oh, didn't have my push to talk pushed for that joke. Oh well.
Oh, did we lose a good joke?
No, you didn't lose a good joke. It was just a joke.
Okay, Brawl, just hold there for a second, please.
Oh yeah.
If you may. Because, and I'll try to make this a little bit more obvious, but you, the wind is picking up, and you see out over a cavern there we go. So as you
Cavern or chasm?
Chasm.
That's dropping off pretty quickly there.
Yeah. As you approach, you see daylight, and you come out of this cavern, and you see a very big drop off, very similar to the causeway on either side of the causeway when you entered this place. And unless you want to start flying, there's nowhere else to go at this point.
I could be a spider, which means I don't need to fly.
No, that's true.
But looking around, is there any reason to go this direction? Like, what can we see?
A long fall.
A long fall and mountains off to your distance. This is you've
Probably
now
just how the spiders got in the first place.
you've now opened to the world.
I'm gonna cast light on a rock and toss it as far as I can and see where it goes, and if I can see how far it goes down before the light disappears from our vision.
It's daylight.
Yeah,
I thought we were under.
Actually, yeah. It is it daylight outside?
Yes, it is. You've
Is
come.
Brile in direct daylight?
Yes,
Okay.
and you see a 500 to 600 foot drop down.
Oh.
You see the world's biggest toboggan slide ahead of you.
Well, let's
Push.
try that.
And you
What
see
was
mountain.
that?
You see the mountains. You see the spine of the world and the mountains out in front of you.
What did you say, Mom? Sorry.
So turn around, guys.
Okay, in 1 second, Mums. What's that, Vorpal?
I was trying to say I couldn't hear what Mom said, and then I talked over him again. Sorry.
Mum said, I think, turning around. You see a red balloon airship off in the distance.
Is that ours?
Just floating out over there. Kind of looks like yours.
Ventus says, "Well, back the way we came. There's another tunnel to look through, right?"
Question for Brett.
Yep.
Or slightly Brile, especially given what he just typed there. Did Brile actually stand in direct sunlight at all, or was he literally dodging into the shadows when he realized what was there?
It's daylight, it's sunlight, but I'll leave Brile to describe his actions.
Well, the light's not actually shining in into the tunnel, right?
It's shining a little bit into the tunnel, but not all the way into the tunnel. No, about 10 or 15 feet in, you lose the light.
Yeah, then Brile then isn't at the ledge or anything like out here or anything, but he's like maybe he hit the sunlight, but he obviously is bothering him. He's like
Yeah.
wincing, and his eyes are all like it's like bothering him.
Do we notice this?
Bryle, like I would say yes because Bryle put it right out there in the open chat.
I'm pretty sure because I was standing directly behind him.
Yeah, because I
So Bryle's wincing away from daylight, whereas in the past you probably wouldn't have seen that from him.
all right, I looked directly at Barile and it's like, Barile, what is up?
I just have a headache, and that was too bright.
You've never had a headache like this before.
Yeah, I've never had to like do this before. I'm fine. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Let's just keep moving.
No more deceptions, no more dodges. What happened?
I don't even know what you're talking about. What do you mean? What happened? You saw what happened.
At one point, can we grab his hand and put it in the sun and see what happens?
Not without getting thrown off the ledge, old man.
What about if I just try to persuade him to tell us, and Dethic Krev helps me, because I have a really high thing for that. So roll advantage for me.
Typically, interactions between PCs, like as written, are you just have the interactions, and the players have to kind of convince the players in their PC role playing have to convince the other players in their PC role playing to do something. That being said, if both players agree to just let the dice deal with it, then you guys can roll persuasion versus a, I don't know, don't persuade me check, whatever the don't persuade me check is.
I want Barile to do it how he wants to do it. I mean, I was just...
So he's like, he's being persistent that there's nothing wrong. I'm fine. I just want to keep moving. Let's not dwell on this. Obviously, it took a lot out of me, but that's fine. There's nothing wrong. And I mean, if you want to roll against my, if you want to roll, hold on. There you go.
Perhaps if we do better than you, perhaps you tell us a tad bit more than you would have, or something.
Yeah, because a persuasion check is, or an intimidation, whichever way you want to go. But a persuasion check is you successfully persuade them to do something. So Bryle's.
And I rolled a deception roll, so you guys can oppose it.
Yeah. So Dethic, if you want to roll a Ventus persuasion roll.
And we'll roll it twice because I'll be trying to assist in the what's it.
Yeah.
Both of them outdo the deception.
So Bryle, you are being persuaded by your party members that some of them you've known for quite some time, to they're not taking this from you. They're sitting you down and saying, "Look, something's
motivated
up.
by
What's
absolute
wrong?"
concern for you. What is wrong?
So he looks agitated. And he's like, I don't know, okay? I just don't feel myself. Is that fine? Is that what you wanted to hear? I don't know everything? Do you want to examine me? Do you want to fill me up?
Lore raises his hand.
Like, thank you, Barile, for telling us the truth. We can come back to this later. Come on, we have more things to do. Let's go.
Or we can just bloody well move on. Come on. And he starts pushing past these guys.
So I look at Krev and I say, at least he's not denying that there's a problem now.
Okay.
Yeah, he physically pushes past them, maybe a little bit abruptly, and starts going back into the lead.
Okay. I hold on to Ventus's arm for a moment and pull him back away from where Barile in a huff is taking off. And I whisper very, to make sure that the conversation is just between the two of us. I'm still not convinced. He may or may not know. He at least has had to admit that there is something strange going on. I'm not convinced that he isn't telling us the full truth.
Oh,
I am tempted. I am very tempted to try and peek into his mind, so to speak, through one of my enchantments. But he will likely want to kill me afterwards if he takes it badly. It may also not work. He doesn't exactly have a weak mind. I'm just concerned. I'm very, very concerned.
I look at Krev and I say, I agree. If you have the ability to read his thoughts without him knowing,
Well, no,
go.
I don't. I don't. I can charm him to try and get him to tell us, but he'll know
I
what's
look.
happened.
I firmly
and
say,
it likely won't work.
I say that has the will like I have never seen before. A charm person will not work on him. We could both try to charm him at the same time, and it would not work on Belial. I can guarantee you. His will is great.
Then I won't attempt. But we're going to
Keep
have
an
to keep watching him.
At least now, Krev, at least now he admits that there is a problem. This is better than him denying that there was no problem at all. This is good.
He's our friend. We'll look after him.
It sounds like you're talking behind someone's back because they're drinking or something.
That's literally what we're doing, and we're not. I mean, yeah, he has a problem. We're not sure what it is,
Exactly.
but he's got a problem, and he's finally admitted it. Step 1 of the 12-step program is completed.
All right. Well, let's hurry. We must catch up with the rest.
Now,
Yeah.
okay. Now, before you go on, the DM's going to do something really mean here. I would like Krev and Ventus to both roll stealth check to see how quietly they had this conversation.
Tell me how good I did.
Is that Krev's or Ventus's roll?
That's so. The first one was me. The second two are Ventus. I would also like to roll a perception check to find out because I mean, I am the intention was to have the conversation privately, so I am keeping track of what's going on around me.
Yep.
And we would have waited for him to gone off in a huff and like around a corner or something. I'm picturing it in my mind like it's me and Crab just on the edge of this precipice of this greatest bobsled run ever. And,
Yeah, which would give us like good lighting to see everything, and if he's avoiding the light, he's not going to want to get near it.
No, I'm good with that. Okay, I got you now. You let him go off in a huff. You've kind of stayed back. Okay, so ignore everything. In the future, obviously, if the situation is right, though, and you're trying to hide something from another PC, depending on the situation, like obviously if you're 3 floors above them, that's one thing. But nope, I'm good. Given that we're about 2 hours in, do we want to just take a break right here, do any bio breaks, grab a snack, that kind of stuff, and get back to it in about 5 minutes?
I could just break to grab a snack. Yes.
Sounds good.
All right, 5 minutes on.
Yeah.
We'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Cool, yeah.
Okay, so moving along.
Do we have mums back, though?
I'm just wondering what the hell, like, if the unspoken, oh my god, he's a vampire, is actually true, what the hell are we going to do when we try to leave this place and the sun is bright and shining?
I'm sure he's not a vampire. You're just being crazy people.
We obviously go at night. Krev, come on.
We should totally be traveling at night, though, because we'll probably get a lot further. Less traffic.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I wish I was level 10.
Do we have Mums back? I don't think Mums is back yet, or is he? No, it doesn't sound like it. Okay, we'll wait for Mums there while we continue to discuss whether or not Bryle has turned into a vampire. We'll kill you all next time you go to sleep.
Well, if he does, like I said, I do have 3 other characters planned. It's just which one do you want to see? And I do actually have a rather screwed up reason for why the half-orc cleric would actually also have the Waterdavian nobility background. It's an interesting one.
Awesome. Well, when this adventure is over, we have some decisions as to whether we continue with these characters right away and try to find higher level adventures, or do we put these guys on pause for a bit and then go to some other adventure that starts again at level 1+.
Evil alts.
I'd rather not play an evil character if given the choice.
You suck.
I don't know. It's easier to be heroic when you're not trying to stab each other in the back.
Details.
I quickly added the dynamic light back into this one section, so it's not as perfect as the other ones, but it'll be less of an issue.
You'll have to drag Mums back in from AFK probably if he doesn't notice.
Oh,
Hey, I'm gonna go change the chair. I'm gonna be right back. Give me a minute.
okay. And Mums, you there? Yeah, I hadn't noticed he gone AFK. You know what? I'm gonna change the AFK and make it. Where do I change that now? Shoot. Where do I change that? I want to make the AFK not as sensitive. Edit channel. It's not there. Oh, come on now. I can't remember where to change the AFK. Server settings. Let's try that.
I'm back.
Hey there. Vorpal's just stepped away for a second, and I'm trying to remember how to change the AFK. Oh, there it is. I'm going to set it to 5-minute timeout instead of 1 minute. Because last time, I think it was Vorpal that went AFK, and none of us knew, and he was trying to talk to us because he was in the other channel. And we're all wondering why Vorpal wasn't back yet.
That was such a good game.
Oh, gosh. You're terrible.
Roar.
Oh, dude, you know you missed me. You know it.
Okay, so Bryle heads off along the...
Love to watch me walk away. I know how it is.
Hate to see you go. Love to watch you walk away. With that wizard sashaying butt going off into the distance.
Actually, I don't think Ventus is a very handsome man.
I'm gonna guess saggy butt. I don't know because he's got that big long robe and cloak, but I'm just gonna go with saggy butt.
He's actually pretty dexterous. He's pretty spry for an old man.
Oh yeah?
The silver foxes, I guess.
Okay, so you're heading off along the southern cavern there.
Storming off ahead of them, yeah.
Storming off in a stealthy way. I find it weird with the dynamic light. Like I have that lighting set that it's like it's outside. If you guys zoom out, I think you can still see that light, even though line of sight wise you shouldn't be able to see that light. Is that correct? Like if one of you zooms out your map enough, can you still see the edge of the tunnels where it comes out to the crevice?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just a GM thing then. Okay, that's good and helpful. All right. Off you go, trudging along in a stormy but stealthy way. Same as always, icy, few webs dangling here and there. Again, the webs are brittle. Like, they're sticky, but also brittle. It's kind of a weird dynamic. And same marching order as before. Broyles off in the front, and continue along as you wish.
It almost sounds like it's like a made of candy sort of idea, brittle yet sticky.
Yeah. Hang on there for a second, Broyles. You're coming up to a decision point, anyways. Did anybody get? Would anybody have touched the webbing either last session or this session? Broyles shot the webbing.
When I was a spider, I did.
That's right. It was like sticky metal. It was like don't stick your tongue on the metal in the winter kind of thing. That's kind of what it was. The consistency was.
I'm sorry, Brett. If you remember last session, one of them shot at me, but I ducked and it missed me.
Yeah. Yeah, but Broyles actually touched it because he was in spider form and he was walking on it, and so it's like frozen metal. That's kind of the consistency of it. It's not. What's that? It's not twangy like regular
I may or may not be in
spider
the
web.
like
And sorry, Mums?
I said I may or may not be in the wall. It's hard for me to move right now.
Oh, okay.
Are you trying that like alt and move thing? Sometimes that helps a little bit from getting sticks on the walls.
I was doing that. I may or may not have done it last time I moved. It's just like an on and off thing for me.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'll try that. Okay, so Broyles, you come up to a decision point where the cavern continues to the south or it heads off to the east.
And it just keeps going south.
As far as you can see, yes. That drafty feeling is behind you now, which you surmise is the air traveling through the caverns out to the crevice, or not crevice, but you know what I'm talking about, cavern or whatever.
Can I whisper to Krev and ask him if Jared does Jared go invisible? Could he scout in front? Or is that a bad idea? Should we let Broyles stay in front?
I can make Jared invisible, and
I can
scouting.
keep visible. Oh, it just depends on if that's something we want to waste resources on at this point.
Having Broyles do scouting.
Broyles doing fine. Broyles doing fine.
However, Jared is locked in the rock. He popped on the wrong side somehow.
Thank you. Have him back out there. Yep. Broyles, give me a perception check, please. Knowing you're passive. Witchy, did you? Okay, here it comes. Sorry.
Hey guys, I'm going to be AFK 1 sec. Going to grab some headphones. Be right back.
Okay, no problem.
Okie dokie.
You. Sorry, go ahead. Somebody was about to say something?
Nope, go right ahead.
Okay. Broyles, you hear some movement up ahead, similar to the skittering movement you heard before, a couple sessions ago. I was going to say dead? Vampire dead, or what kind of dead?
Can you move me back in one more time? Sorry.
Sure, no problem. Did Broyles stop undead dead, or just dead?
Yeah, right.
Mums, before he came back, there was some speculation as to whether Broyles has turned into a vampire or not.
That's what I was guessing at.
There's no conclusion on that yet, but that was the discussion.
Yeah, it could also be Witchy just screwing with us.
Because he never do that.
That would never happen, would it?
Well, Rob would do that, but Witchy wouldn't.
Witchy's not your character. Barial's your character.
Oh yeah, true story. It could be Witchy's.
I think you know Witchy best. Would he be screwing with us?
Rob? Yeah, just for the shiggles of it all. In terms of Barial, I don't know if Barial would. I don't think he'd have the patience for that, to be honest.
Unless Barial's a changed druid.
Well, I have some arguments about
change.
whether or not he's still a druid if he's undead.
He certainly has been acting different.
He used fire. That was druidy, I guess.
Well, I've seen you use Produce Flame. Actually, question. How did that spell look again? Like, what physically was he doing? Because I'm used to his Produce Flame spell. I've seen him use it many, many times. His hand lights on fire, and then he can throw it as though it's a projectile. Mm-hmm. And then the fire will relight on his hand without any effort. If I remember correctly, and I did pick up on it at the time, which kind of fits Krev, he was using like a line of fire?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like a stream of fire. Like coming out of his palm.
Yeah, I've never seen him do that.
Which is different than the way I usually describe it. But you're right. Interesting.
So what you're describing is actually Agra Zonar's Scorcher, when it's a level 2 sorcery or wizard spell, and it's like all in a line. It's like instead of a cone like Burning Hands, it's just in a straight line out to like forever, like 60 or 90 feet or something.
Okay,
so it's the tip that, so I may not know what you're talking about.
What was the last part about? You may not know what we're talking about?
Oh, however, we did see him use a healing spell as well, though.
Which you don't usually see me use.
Yeah, no, that's unfair. I have seen you use healing spells. I know you've got them.
This actually, as a point of note, this is a different healing spell than I normally use. I cured wounds instead of what's the one I usually use? Healing word, yeah.
Okay, so Bral, you heard some skittering up ahead, and you stopped dead in your tracks.
Yeah, and I waited for them to catch up. And I have my hands kind of like splayed out behind me, but still staring forward and listening intently, just as a signal to them to slow down or stop.
Okay.
Guys, did we have our light on, and were we stealth, or were we just kind of cruising?
Well, Bral was being stealthy.
But I was also scouting ahead, so I don't know if you guys weren't and just, clambered up behind me.
Everybody has dark vision except for Ventus, and Ventus uses Mini Penny's sight, right?
Yeah, but I also like to put light either on Lore's sword, but right now I got it on my glass staff. That way, if Mini Penny dies, I'm not immediately useless.
Okay, so you currently have light going on your glass staff.
Yeah, but I'm way in the back, so if he whispers there's something up ahead, be quiet. I'm going to turn it off, and I'm going to stealth up.
Okay. Well, he did whisper that, so it sounds like you would have done that, and what I'll do is I'll give you dark vision, given as if it was a Mini Penny with you.
Okay, that sounds like it's fair. And I think if I'm using Mini Penny for dark vision, I shouldn't be able to use her for give advantage on attacks or stuff. It should be one or the other,
Yeah, that sounds good to me. So let's remember that. Depending on, obviously, if you're out in the sunlit open, then you obviously don't need her dark vision. But in a case like this, yeah, you gotta have to make a bit of a trade-off. I'm good with that. Okay, Bral or party. Are you doing anything, or are you just waiting to see what comes your way?
Once they catch up, I still stand there listening, kind of with my hands still splayed out for them to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Any additional noises? Anything coming towards us? Any indication that they know we're coming?
The skittering certainly seems to sound like it's coming in your direction. You don't see anything as of yet, but you hear something.
So I'd whisper to them that I think they're coming. And Ventus should probably get up here.
Okay, does
I
Ventus...
whisper
Yep.
behind me.
I'm
that-
going to cast Mel's minute meteors on myself, and that basically gives them. They're floating around my head. Oh wait, do we still want to be stealthed or not?
I think they're coming. So
you tell me.
I'm also checking a spell as well.
Okay, so I'm going to Mel's minute meteors, which is a concentration. It makes these balls of flame float around my head, and I'm going to start making my way up to where Belial is, so I can be in front and not hit people with the meteors when I do that. That's a 3rd level spell. If you click it from to spell card, you can see what it does. Okay. And then I have on my actual sheet there, Krev. You can hit Mel's minute meteors, and it will throw 1 at a time, and I can throw up to 2 and win 1 round, I believe. Okay,
so as Ventus prepares the spell and is moving forward, and Brile is considering his spell options as well. Anybody else doing anything in these handful of seconds?
I'm going to draw my rifle and I guess wait. It's ready in action.
Okay, and Krev?
I prepare to Eldritch Blast a few things.
Okay, and
how many feats do we hear? Or do I hear? Does it sound like a bunch of them, or a couple of them, or what?
It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's tough to tell whether it's 1, 3, but it certainly doesn't sound like a lot. And as you guys are doing all your preparations and getting ready, and Ventus, you're kind of almost up to at this point. You should be able to see. Oh, nope. I know why you can't see it yet.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, you do? Oh, yes, you do. Okay. You see that skittering up towards you, which is like the spiders that you saw before. Coming along up on top of the ceiling. Let us...
The white ones?
Yes, the white ones. Let us roll initiative, and then we'll deal with surprise. Surprise being that you guys surprising it. How do I make that picture? Oh, there we go.
How did I do on my roll?
You got... Oh, we don't have you yet.
Nope, we do.
Oh, no, 11. Excuse me. And Mums is... did you roll twice by mistake, or...
Yeah, I meant to roll Wolfgang once and him twice, but I think they're both selected, so it just came up as me.
Yeah.
So let me try to roll them individually.
Now, what we've done before is we'll have the constructs or familiars go on the turn of the main player character. If you want to do it that way, is that all right?
Fine.
Okay. So Wolfgang's in there, but it's obviously you. And I thought I rolled Spider's initiative, but it's not showing up. Gosh darn it! Oh, there we go. Oh, 16.
And we usually let the guy choose. Like, do you want your familiar to go first, or do you want to go first? It doesn't really matter. It's up to you.
Yeah. Just everything gets done on the same initiative order, unless during that combat you want to drop the one. If something comes up where you say, "Look, I'd really like to split this up," then we'll have that discussion. So Brile's at the top of the order, then the Spider, and then Wolfgang, Krev, and Ventus. So Ventus, I'll let you know when your turn is up, as always. But Brile, you see this thing coming towards you along the ceiling, about 10 to 15 feet away. And you are being sufficiently stealthy, so I will give you a surprise. And did anybody else roll stealth? Because if not, we'll roll stealth now just to determine who surprised it and who didn't.
I didn't, but I'll roll stealth.
I dropped my light and I stealthed, so I think I have stealth. But I have those flames over my head now, so I don't know. Whatever you want to do, Brett.
I would say you're pretty obvious. You can't be. I don't think you can be stealth with meteors floating around your head.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So Krev will have will be
The
able to
first
take.
one was supposed to be me, and the second one was supposed to be Ventus. Obviously, that doesn't count for Ventus, so
Yeah,
21 for me.
So Krev and Braille, with your stealth rolls, you will have a surprise. So you guys get to go, and then we'll go in normal in normal turn order. So Braille and Krev get a free attack, as it were. So Braille, off you go. What's your go?
I summon some beasties.
Okay, what do you
Hopefully,
summon?
either in behind them or in the midst of them.
In the midst of the
spiders.
The one
It's
spider?
60 feet.
Okay. So far, you only see one spider, by the way.
That's okay. I'm casting it like basically my range in.
Okay. And what are you throwing there? What's the beast?
What am I trying to summon?
Yep.
I mean, I'm trying to think what is subterranean that might come. But let me just check something quick.
Remember our rule: if you don't know how to cast it, you're not allowed to.
Oh, shush, I know how to cast that. I'm just checking the rating on some of these.
Yep. While you're doing that, do you want me to have Krev go, or do you want us to wait?
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead, Krev.
Okay, Krev.
2 blasts at Eldritch.
Let her rip. First hit, second misses.
9 points of damage.
Okay. Hurt, but not down. And Bryle.
Well, I'm trying to summon, if I can, some swarms of rats. But if not, then I guess it could be whatever. Which means I'd be summoning like 4 swarms.
Wow.
Yar, because they're
Yar.
1/4.
Trying to see if we have swarms of rats here.
Oh, wait, sorry, 8 swarms.
Holy mackerel.
That thing that I gave you, the beast cards or the link, whatever.
Yep.
That's what I use for all this stuff, by the way.
Yep.
It's just easier.
Yeah, no, that's good. I was just wondering if I had a token for them, but I don't see one right off the way. So we'll theater the mind. Do you have their card in front of you in terms of how they attack?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
For this one, because I still have to get used to what happens if you don't get what exactly you're looking for. But this one, your 8 swarms of rats show up. Or do you have to roll for that to see if you actually get them?
No.
Okay. All right, your 8 swarms of rats show up. So that's Barile's action. Do the rats get to go? Okay.
Okay, so hold on. Da-da-da-da.
And then you're gonna go. You're gonna go again after this because we'll be back at the top of the order. After this.
Okay. So they have a melee weapon, so it's +2 to hit. Wow.
Ooh, that's terrible. Well, that didn't happen.
That's 1. How many of those hit?
Spam. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them hit.
And do they only see the 1?
Yes.
Okay. And
Okay, I think we've gone far enough here. Dead.
That'd be a lot of friggin' rats, by the way.
Yeah, it would be.
Okay, we'll keep going, and they'll just keep us company.
I think that's the quickest
Why
initiative.
rats?
What was that?
I think that's the quick. I think that's the quickest you've killed somebody at the start of initiative. Is like
Yeah, before anybody gets to go.
yeah, exactly.
Basically, we just dumped a truckload of rats on something and said, "Here, take that."
Yeah.
And they devour it.
In fact, Krev didn't have to go and do what he did because in order you would have gone first and.
All right, so
And be
basically,
ripping
all
them
of a sudden, there's like rats and rats and rats and rats and rats.
Rats.
And they
Lots
did
of
a
rats.
spider.
And by the way, swarms of rats can occupy our space without any penalty. So they just come with us.
Awesome. I'm sure the party's happy.
Great.
I'm most certainly not happy that I'm dealing with it.
I know,
At least
right?
it's
Like,
not spiders. Rats, Krev is okay with. Spiders,
I think that my minute meteors last for like 15 or 20 minutes or 10 minutes or something like that.
Okay.
10 minutes. Well, screw me. So I'm going to start running ahead looking for more enemies if we're out of turn order.
What's 10 minutes, sorry?
His little fireballs
meteors.
that he's got 6 meteors orbiting around his head.
Oh, yes.
And yes, you're out of turn order. You don't see any other combatants at this point. So Ventus squeezes through, or actually no, Ventus is already getting up towards the front. So Ventus goes off, scooting down, and Ventus, you come to a decision point where you can go southeastish or southwestish.
I'm going to go southeastish, and you guys will see like my form like sprinting off into the distance with these 6 meteors glowing around my head. And I'm going, I must burn something.
And I will give the party a chance to catch up because he ran ahead a bit, then had to make a decision point. So he had to stop for a second to figure out which way he's going to go. So,
Still because of ice?
yes, it's ice. So does everybody follow Ventus down the direction he's going?
It's like, Ventus, come back!
Oh,
yeah.
I'm just old man sprinting. Just like I'll take double movements to sprint if I can.
Okay. And is everybody else double moving as well to try to keep
I'm
up?
just trying to keep up with the old man.
Okay.
Which
All right.
shouldn't be a problem for me, but...
Yep. Okay, continue to move your tokens.
Oh.
Ventus just went through a wall.
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay. Oh, it looked like to me he walked through that wall. All right, give me a second here. So you open up into this cave, another cave. There is a single column supporting this dome, 20-foot high ceiling and such.
No rabbits, right?
Pour out in the cave. No rabbits. This thing it has a flat floor. So it is now normal terrain, and it is filled with egg. It is filled with eggs, like
Spider.
30 plus eggs.
Okay, Ventus is going to stop and wait for the druid to come tell him what these eggs are.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I'm coming in behind him, and do these look like spider eggs?
They certainly look like. They most certainly look like spider eggs. Yes.
I tell
nuke
the rats to devour them.
Okay, and just as you're getting to that point, give me 1 second. Mums, you feel something behind you. Take a swing and a miss.
I'm actually in the wall.
Oh, you're in the wall. Oh, so you're protected from attacks then, right?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, could you move me out and then cool.
Yeah, I'm just going with the order that your tokens are right now. But yeah, I'll move you out. Oops. So as you enter this cave, you see all these eggs and such like that. And Burrell's about to say, attack the eggs. Jericho feels a swing and a miss behind him.
Going to dart around, and behind me is a
Stealthy little spider bitch.
a very
That's what happened to me, only they hit me twice.
Yeah, a very stealthy spider, but larger than you've seen the other ones.
Jesus.
It's a mama.
Let us roll. Let us roll initiative again. And what's Ventus's dex?
He has a 16. He's got a +3 bonus.
Jeez. Well, they tie. So tie goes to the player. So Ventus gets to go first, and the Spider Mama already took their surprise attack. So Ventus, you are up.
All right. Am I in a position where I can turn around, notice that the big mama spider just attacked Jericho, and can I see that?
You hear Jericho, I would imagine, yell out. You can just get an edge of this. I'm going to give the spider half cover on you because it's just around the corner. It's partly around the corner.
Okay. How many of my minute meteors can I let go in one turn?
2 maximum. Looks like there is.
Okay, I would like to start nuking these eggs. Cover as much area as possible and get rid of as many of them as possible with 2 attacks of those minute meteors. So if you'll roll those for me there, please, Dethic. Be on my
2 rolls have been provided.
Thank you, sir.
So it looks like DC 15 on both, which I don't think the eggs make. 13 fire damage on one, 8 fire damage on the other.
Added my constitution or my charisma bonus to it.
It did indeed, which means you rolled really badly on one of these.
Wow, that's okay. What happened to the spider eggs there?
I'm gonna tell you in a second because I need to pull up something else.
They're all gonna hatch, and we're gonna die.
As you start attacking the spider eggs, swarm of spiders come spilling out of the eggs. So let's see how many of these.
Right. Diablo rules with
Swarm versus swarm.
Swarm versus swarm. I want to see how many swarms there are, though.
They have DC 15 or 16 or whatever my DC is.
So what? This is ZVZ?
This is what?
CBC.
Yeah, possible. Sorry, I'm reading something at the same time.
Right, it was a StarCraft 2 joke reference.
There's a reference to which?
Reference to StarCraft 2. The Zerg are also called the Swarm. Swarm versus Swarm. Zerg versus Zerg. ZVZ.
You know what? I did Warcraft, and then StarCraft came out, and I don't know where I was, and I never played it.
No worries.
That's all right. Okay, so DC.
Should have the DC on the actual attack roll. It's not an attack roll. It's a DC save versus half.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to have them save at disadvantage because, let's be honest, you're attacking them in egg form to begin with. So one makes it, and so they make it against the first one, and they miss against the second one. So 13, so they take 6. They take 14 damage in total. And the swarm is looking pretty bad.
All right. At that point, I'm going to put my back up to a wall and just sit there.
Okay.
Oh, wait, that's just a regular attack. I could quicken and then cast a spell, right? For 2 points?
If that's your character best, so if Ventus
Okay,
can do
so
that, go for it.
since that's just like a regular cantrip thing, because I've already cast it and it's sitting above my head, I'm going to quicken, and then I'm going to cast Burning Hands at level 2 and try to hit the swarm again, whatever's closest.
Okay.
Try to get most of them.
The swarm would be easiest
It's
to
concentration. I
hit.
don't think you can cast without breaking it.
Oh, that's right. It's a concentration spell. So never mind. Never mind. I'm just good. I'm good.
Okay.
I'll state it.
Turn is done.
Yes, sir. Intern.
Okay. It's the Spider Mama's turn, and it's going to attack Jericho again. It's going to try to bite Jericho again. 22 hits your AC.
It definitely hits my AC.
Okay, 10 piercing damage.
Gotcha.
And then I need a Constitution saving throw against poison, please. Which it was against 11, so unfortunately you failed. And you're going to take another 9 poison damage. And that's its turn. Now, unfortunately, because it sidled up to you and attacked you, and you're starting your turn within 5 feet of it, you start to feel very, very cold. And take another 6 cold damage.
Oh my god, it's wrecking me.
Sorry. You just happen to be the guy, you just happen to be the token that was in the back of the pack. I was thinking this was going to go on Ventus, but he leaped ahead.
Good thing I ran up forward like a crazy madman, huh?
Yeah, there you go.
And I was trying to chase after him. Otherwise, it probably would have been me.
Are you riding Wolfgang, or is Wolfgang...
He's just next to me. I would have been riding him, but he can't, I can't because he's a medium creature now. Oh wait,
Okay.
no, he's actually a large creature now, so I could be riding him, but I don't think that's like a good idea.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So spider up on top of the ceiling, above you 10 feet, and it's your go. Your go, and then Wolfgang, or whichever you and Wolfgang go.
We're like separate in the turn order for some reason. I think you kept Wolfgang in there from last time.
Oh. I got you. Then, yes, I'm sorry. It's Krev's turn. We'll get back to Jericho in a second. But Jericho would have taken, probably would have taken that cold damage. Because it's at the start of your turn.
I see that this thing is very large and has just beaten up on Jericho something bad, right?
You got it. I'd imagine Jericho let a couple screams out.
Well, I did get a new attack spell, so let's try it out.
Ooh, shiny.
I cast Blight.
Wow.
DC 14.
Oh my god, you have Blight?
Yeah.
That is like awesome, dude. That's one of the best spells. Congratulations.
A single target. But yeah, I cast that as a 4th level spell, and DC 14 for right now. Constitution save for, I believe, half damage.
Fails miserably.
Takes 41 points of damage. Necrotic.
Wow. It is still up, but actually, let me check its resistance and such. Okay. It is still up, but not looking very good. Last legs. No pun intended.
So yeah, that's Krev's turn, as he basically, his eyes, for a split second, he blinks. They look like a cat's eyes. He unleashes a. Does it have a description here? A wave of necromantic energy washes over the spider, and then Krev blinks, and his eyes are back to normal.
Cool.
Does the spider seem to like wither or shrink or like become like older looking or something?
It, not necessarily, well, it's tough to tell how old a spider is, but it certainly looks more shriveled and near death, like
Yeah, it probably also screamed because I can't imagine that felt nice.
no. So if you've ever seen a dead giant spider, which some of you have, this would look halfway to looking like a dead, dried up giant spider, though still alive a little bit.
Okay,
Yes. Is that your turn, Krev?
it is.
Okay. Bral, you're up.
So we have swarms of spiders coming in bags.
Yes.
I guess my swarms were told to initiate those guys, so we'll do that first.
Okay. So they're going to attack.
Yar, hold on. Just be swarm on swarm mayhem.
This sounds like a cool, like something you'd see at some tavern. It's like a lightning pit or something.
Just because I love this new feature and functionality, at least new to me. That's not that exciting, eh?
It's still creepy to me. Okay?
Okay, so let's see here. 1, 2, 3 hit so far. Is that all of them? All of your rats?
Sorry,
Should be
no.
8 of them total.
I was looking at your picture. I have 2 more.
Okay.
So how does the attacks work? I can't see the Roll20 thing. Is like one swarm attacking, and then your next swarm attacks, and then your next swarm, or like each individual rat's taking a bite?
The swarms attack as one, and he has 8 swarms attacking. So they get 8 attacks. So 3 end up hitting. For
just 3. What about those last 2 rolls?
No, they don't hit. For 20, if I got this right, 20 damage.
Yeah.
And that's it for the swarm of spiders.
Yes.
Dead.
And then I will. What was that?
Dead.
All the swarm of spiders are dead?
Yep.
Okay, now what about the big spider behind us?
Just like Ventus, you can just see kind of an edge of it, so it's half cover to you. Up on the ceiling, coming around the corner, munching on Jericho.
I'm having a blonde moment. Can I cast a cantrip if I'm holding a concentration spell, or no? Or is it just like...
Concentration spell means you can't cast, otherwise you abandon the concentration.
So it's not just another concentration spell, it's no spell casting at all the whole time? Are you sure?
I think
we stopped Ventus from casting a quicken spell of some other sort earlier because of the concentration.
Actually, that's not true. If you have a concentration spell, you cannot cast another concentration spell without the first concentration spell ending. But however, you can cast a concentration spell and then cast another spell that does not have concentration on it. However, you cannot cast a 2 like higher than level 1 spells in one round. It could be like a level whatever spell, and then the next one has to be a cantrip in the same round.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at concentration now. I should have used it. I just having a blonde moment because I hadn't done it in a while. But of course, if that was the case, then no mages would ever be able to cast mage armor because then they'd never be able to cast. So that makes sense. Okay, so then I'm just gonna shoot a produce flame and see if I can hit. It's at a partial cover?
half cover, so +2 to its AC.
Oh, okay. So hold on.
That hits.
Bitch!
Biatch. And 15 will take it down, and it is a dead Spider Queen.
as this beautiful stream of flames comes flying out of my hands.
Falls off the ceiling and lands on Jericho and Wolfgang.
Lovely.
How's Jericho looking right now?
I'm at about half my health.
Are we
So
still in
not
turn
too
order?
bad, but not too good.
Yeah. And sorry, what else was? Somebody else
I'm
said
sorry, I
something.
keep talking over people. I'm very sorry.
No,
Are we still in order?
No, you're out of. You don't. There's no other combatants that you see right now.
Okay, I'm gonna scan around the room and see if there's anything around that's useful or any shiny objects.
Okay, let me give you some info here. Lots of eggs, which are now bitten and burnt and such. Lots of icy webbing stretching from the columns to the walls. That creates a bit of an enclosure you can see through, but it's kind of like the nest of this queen.
Can I toss some bolts of my minute meteors? Can I throw a couple up there and just destroy it? See if she has any goodies at the top.
Yep, you can do that.
Toss two there.
Yep. Okay, you do that. You melt away some of the webbing, the ice webbing or whatever. Nothing there, but as you kind of poke around the various spider eggs, and you guys have been running around with these guys enough that as players you probably know, but your PCs would now know that these are ice spiders. So spiders in a frozen area. You notice a potion and a warhammer with a sapphire set into the end of its halt. It's not halt. Gosh, it's the end
Hilt?
of the shaft. Hey, hilt. Yeah, I was going for hilt, but that's sword. End of the shaft. The potion is frozen for obvious reasons.
Okay, well, let's give the potion to Ventus, and he can work out what it is later. Who amongst us uses hammers? Ever?
Maybe lore. I'm assuming he'd be able to use a giant hammer. But
Is it giant, or like is it? What size is this thing?
I'm assuming it's a warhammer.
Yeah, it's a regular size. It's a warhammer, and but he typically uses
Rapiers.
He uses
Yeah,
blades.
finesse.
He's dex based, not strength based, so he probably wouldn't use a hammer.
Can we scrap the
Baral suggests that we take a few minutes to rest up a bit. In other words, he's trying to suggest a short rest.
Okay.
Can we take that hammer and strap it to Wolfgang for later inspection by Jericho?
I have a bag of holding that I put it in if we're just going to carry it around.
Sure.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, we'll just hand it to him, and I'll during the short rest, I'd like to take a look and Arcana check out this potion.
Okay. The potions can be determined or by just tasting them. So this one just happens to be frozen. That's all. But you can
Chip off a small fragment.
Exactly. So you kind of like get something in there and chip off a little bit, and you recognize it. And I got that Baral. Just 1 second. You recognize that it is a potion of climbing.
As the ultimate solvent, and it goes through you and through the floor and through. No.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a potion of climbing. As you check out the warhammer as well, as I'm sure you would have before you chucked it in the bag. Nothing magical seems about it, and as Bryle does a detect magic ritual, you notice him doing this. Bryle, no magic emanates from the warhammer or anything else other than the potion for obvious reasons. But you imagine that the warhammer, or more specifically the sapphire, would be worth about 1,000 GP.
Okay, so we hang on to the hammer for later sale and distribution.
Nice.
Hey, Dethic, would you please go to my inventory and add potion of climbing to my inventory?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to put that in my bandolier because I have free spots because I used a bunch of freaking healing potions.
You did. and how we've dealt with the sale of items before, unless it's really tough to sell and you have to find a specific large town or something like that, we can sell this baby off right now and then just distribute the gold pieces. Because in my mind, if you end up like at a town like Fandalen, and you've got 1,000 gold pieces, it's not going to buy you that much because they're not going to have a lot of stuff there anyways. So even if in real chronological time you go to a small town and then you go to a bigger town and sell the stuff, you wouldn't have been able to buy a bunch of stuff if you wouldn't have been able to buy 1,000 gold pieces worth of stuff in the small town anyways. So I just figure, if you want, let's just sell it, distribute the cash so that we don't forget in the future. If that's good with you guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Otherwise, we'd have to make a trip, like a special trip to Waterdeep or something to get,
Yeah.
And that sounds like out of the way.
So everyone just got a flat 200 gold now then? Because I believe there's 5 of us total, right?
1, 2, 3. If you're including lore, yep.
Well, yes, I'm including lore.
Okay. I'm just going with the when players aren't here, we deal with experience and gold pieces differently. However, lore has some different situations going on, and
anyway, adding 200 to me and to Ventus's
okay.
sheet.
Thank you very much. I will use that on potions to save our buttocks later.
I'm going to do the same with lore.
After our rest, or during the rest, I'm going to mention that there was that other the fork back there. You should probably go check it out. At this point, my minute meteors sputter out. I don't use them in any destructive way at all. I just dispel them. The last 2 that I have above my head, and then I'm going to recast light on my glass staff. And by the way, that looks really cool because it's a glass staff, so it kind of looks like a white lightsaber that's like a staff, but not a lightsaber. It's cool looking, like a glow stick. Imagine the coolest glow stick at the coolest rave ever. That's what I got.
Sounds good.
Yep. So I've put like 20 platinum pieces on yours and mine because reasons.
Okay, reasons. Okay, so during the short rest, what is the one thing that you guys are choosing to do? I know what Mums is up, or Jericho's up to. What's the one thing? Is anybody rolling? You could choose one thing to do during a short rest. The typical thing is roll any hit die to get any healing. So anything anybody else is doing specifically during the short rest?
Playing with Wolfgang.
How does this work? What does this button do?
No, not poking him. I'm not playing him like an engineer. It's like I find a rock and I toss it back and forth. So I try to play fetch with the automaton.
Gotcha.
Does it play fetch, Jericho?
Wolfgang does indeed play fetch.
That's awesome. During the short rest, I'm going to use prestidigitation on everyone just to make sure we get their, heal their little gooey spots wherever they got blood on them or whatever. Make them smell nice. I know that's important to lore and to Burial for sure.
Kriv doesn't care, but he's not opposed to a little bit of cleanup.
He's like a dog that's like, I can't believe you're doing this, washing me like this. You give me those eyes, but I'm just like, bloop.
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I have that's the meds talking. I thought it was hilarious though.
No, it's probably a little bit accurate.
Okay, you're finished your short rest and any benefits that you get from that short rest, and moving on.
Yeah,
Spell up and moving on.
Okay, so we've basically explored. Have we explored everything then?
Give me.
There's another
Past back, like there was the initial fork in the road. I can't remember if we actually explored the other way yet.
There, as you're coming this way, there's one other fork in the road that heads east.
Damn it, I'm in the wall again, right? Keep forgetting the results.
No worries. It's a bit of a challenging map to move around.
I find if you're using Alt, though, it's been pretty good for me.
If Baral's going to go scout out ahead again, I'm going to stay kind of towards the back, so where my light, at least the radius of it, isn't going to interrupt his stealth. I don't know how far back that's going to put me. What is it? 20 feet right, 20 feet dim. So I'll be like 50 feet behind him or so.
Okay,
Just
sounds
so I
good.
don't run away.
Okay, scoot on along.
Royal
And-
stops again at this next.
Yeah, Bro, give me a actually, assuming everybody's kind of following you a bit, everybody, give me a survival check, please. This will be a group survival check. Okay. As a group, you chat amongst yourselves, and you figure, you know what? You kind of figure that this passage to the east probably bends back around to the other passage that you did not explore. So you're kind of feeling like you've probably tackled everything.
All right, heading out to the.
And if you go east, you'll probably get back to where Harshnag is. Holy, Ventus
Sorry,
just flew off.
I'm just tracing the guys back out because I'm tired of having this weird.
Yeah.
I'm trying to move my tokens out of this area.
No problem. So everybody's heading out, right?
I'd like to get out. I don't deal with spiders anymore.
Okay, I'm just going to move you out because it sounds like everybody's just heading back to where Harshnag and Laura are.
There.
There you go.
I go over to Lore, see how he's doing.
He's looking still kind of weak and ashen and such, but he seems to be holding his own. He fills you in that that they escorted the female barbarian out. They got close to the front doors where the carnage was of all the barbarians. She became obviously very upset and went up to the barbarian leader, and was again quite upset with that. He also saw her take something off of him from around his neck, and then an amulet, and then just started booking it towards the causeway that you guys came over. And Laura wasn't really in too much of a shape to go running after her, and just left it.
Okay, well, I guess.
What happened to the DB White Dragon?
It was so you guys didn't see, but a blue dragon attacked the whole deal, and when you got back there, a bunch of dead barbarians, but the white dragon wormling wasn't anywhere to be seen.
Yeah,
The leader had his hand bitten off from the looks of it.
Yes.
So the guess is the dragon freed itself and ran.
I wanted a baby white dragon.
Lost your chance. Should have beat up the barbarians right at the beginning.
All right. Well, after he tells us all this, I'm going to look over to the guys and be like, I think there's more here that we need to explore. Shall we then?
Yep.
There were the stairs to the north, right?
There's also the passages to the south beyond the room with the archway in it. And there's some stuff heading west out of that room, too.
Yeah, I'm going to flop a really bright light on here just so that you can see, because I don't know, I guess it's dim, but you can use whatever magic you would have to I know Jericho Jericho got about as far as he is right now when he found the cavern, but the hall continues to the north, and you can see that it ends like way off in the kind of dim distance, about maybe 100 feet north of you there, and then to the south are the stairs leading up where Krev was, and there's the temple, there's the shimmery door in the temple, and then there's 2 other doors to the south of the temple.
Were there also 2 passages to the west in the temple area as well, in addition to the actual entranceway?
Yes, yes, there were. My apologies.
No worries. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't remembering incorrectly.
Yep.
Well, since Berial, Ventus is going to look at Berial and say, "Well, since you're leading the way, which way shall we go? Let's take a look at this entire place."
Give me 1 sec here.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yep.
Man, I'm so excited. I have sausage and cheese wrapped or stuffed in jalapenos, wrapped in bacon, and I'm gonna cook them later this afternoon on the grill outside. It's gonna be so good.
Oh, you had
And
me
the
at
cheese, the
jalapeno.
cream cheese. Oh man, it's gonna be so good. Very excited.
And I'm sure they're fresh jalapenos. Their jalapenos have got to be native to Texas, right? And like Mexico, Texas, South.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, you can do it with anything. You could do it with like orange peppers. Like, say you got kids or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And thank God my kids weren't in the car during that wreck. But
Oh, jeez, yeah.
goodness, but it's so bad. But anyway, yeah. But if you have kids, you can do the orange peppers, and they're really sweet. And you do cream cheese, and you wrap them in bacon. Or if you like the jalapenos, and you put the jalapenos, you put like sausage meat in them and cream cheese, and wrap them in bacon. They're gonna be really good too.
Yeah, I like spicy. I really enjoy Mexican food and spicy food.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yep. Who do we got left? Is it just you and me, Mums?
Yeah.
And me.
Oh, I thought you'd step away, but I guess you're back too, eh? Obviously.
As I'm here.
Yep. So, Mums, how's it going so far? You've been with this party a few sessions now, this gang.
I've been having fun. I haven't gotten to actually attack yet, but it's been pretty fun.
You know what? I've been noticing that, and I thought, you know what? Well, at least the spider's coming up behind him, and then
You know what? You're right.
It almost dropped me dead in 1 turn, and then
Yeah.
I got an initiative twice.
This is where Brett goes, "Okay, I'm going to double the amount of people on the next time," and then unfortunately we all die except for like
Sorry,
Berial,
what?
who has to heal us, and then he like turns us all into vampires or something.
It's funny because my rifle is pretty powerful. I just have
Sorry, we're all dying and coming back as vampires? What the shit?
Yeah,
I go away for 5 minutes.
Just go with it. There's no
Well,
point resisting.
you weren't gone for 5 minutes. We've been doing this for an hour. Where did you go?
that'd be some shit. That's like
Son
the
of
only like
a
angel
bitch.
in the party like dies and comes back as a vampire.
Sorry, Mums. Somebody would come back as a vampire?
If like essentially the angel of the party dies and comes back as a vampire would kind of be so ironic to me.
Yeah. I think it'd be awesome.
Angel of Death.
So, yes, so the hallway continues about another 150 feet to the north, and then what we've explained to the south as well. And all the rooms off to the side that you've seen so far all look more or less the same, giant couches and things like that. Can everybody just stop what they're doing for a second? Because it looks like
No, you can't make me.
Because it looks like Brile is heading towards the north.
I'd be following Berial like I've been given this whole
He's
time.
peeking into the
Yep.
rooms, though.
Okay, just hang on with everybody where your tokens are at.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my thing where I have light on my glass staff again, and I'm back away from Berial about 50 feet or so.
Okay.
Also, since we're outside now, I am riding Jericho.
You are writing him. Okay. One moment. Oh, shoot. I want to get this right. Okay, there we go. I was trying to find... Okay. As Brile heads north... to heck with it. I'm just going to go with where the tokens are rather than ask you... if we need to retcon something, we can retcon it. But as Brile heads north, walls of stone fall down in all these what I'll call bedrooms. So Harshnag, Ventus, Krev, and Jureg are sealed off from the hallway. And maybe Laura is too. Maybe Laura was in there with you. I don't know. We'll figure it out. And Braille moved. Actually, I'm going to move Braille back to where this would have all happened. Move back two big squares there, Braille, because I understand why I can't select anything. Gosh darn it. Okay, good enough. Walls of stone fall.
Can you describe it again for us?
Yeah. So the walls of stone fall. So there's this long tunnel, Vorpal, and long hallway, and off of each of these hallways are many essentially bedrooms. Okay.
I remember those.
So walls of stone have fallen where the doorway to these bedrooms would be. So anybody in those bedrooms is now trapped in the bedrooms. Anybody in the hallway cannot get into those bedrooms. Okay. There's a wall of stone there. And let us, for the people that are in the hallway, let us roll initiative, please. Okay, Bryle, you get to go first. You have your total movement within a turn. You have your actions, whatever. All you see is these wall stones come down, and you start hearing a very loud, kind of crunchy rock sound to the north. What would you like to do?
Cry, call for my mommy. What are my options?
With all these doorways sealed off, your only option is head north or head south.
And to the north, I hear
A crunchy
some sort of rocky creature coming towards us or something.
I don't know if it's a creature or not, but you just hear this crunchy rock sound.
I'll stand my ground and hold my... One sec. And who's with me? Just...
Wolfgang and Get Jericho are beside you.
I see. Okay, I'll I guess wait defensively. Try to sneak into the I'm going to try to hide into the wall or whatever and see if maybe they didn't see us.
Okay.
And I'll gesture for them to do the same.
Jericho and Wolfgang, your turn is next.
I'm going to try to pull Bryle onto Wolfgang and then have him sprint down the hallway because I don't want to die or be crushed by something.
Okay. Bryle, do you allow this to happen or do you resist it?
Why not?
Because if you resist it, it will be a check, and if you allow it to happen, it happens.
Why not?
Okay, so he's on Jericho? Or he's gonna
Sure.
sprint. Okay, so.
No, I'm on. I hop on. Sure.
Alright, cool. Yeah, so Wolfgang sprinting would be 80 feet, so...
Now, would Wolfgang be going half speed because he now has two people with him versus one that he's kind of used to?
I'm not sure if that was
strength.
Wolfgang strength. Hold on.
Because typically a large creature can carry one creature on one medium-sized creature on it. So Wolfgang now
His
has
strength is 18.
His strength is what?
His strength is 18.
Okay. And you know what? Thinking about it realistically, a horse, you can have two people on a horse, and the horse isn't necessarily going to go at half speed. So, yep. So you're going to dash off. Wolfgang's going to use a action and movement and an action to dash to get double movement.
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and move that. And how many feet is that again? Total?
80 feet.
80 feet total. Okay, so go ahead and here I'll put the ruler, and then you can move your. Right there's 80 feet. So if you guys want to move your tokens there, each big square is 20. And I think one more to, it's either there or one more to the south. I think you're one more to the south. Okay. Okay, so you've used your action and your movement. Is that your turn?
Is there anything coming behind me, or do we just still hear stuff? Because Jericho can still go, because Wolfgang did a movement.
You don't see anything yet, but it's still your turn until you end your turn.
I guess I'm going to ready an action and just have my rifle pointed. We'll be looking back, point my rifle behind me.
Okay. All right, and you'll ready that action for anything that kind of comes
Comes
in.
my way.
Yeah. All right. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I just got distracted. My wife was asking me if I needed anything to eat, but I'm good. Okay, I'm back. You turn around and point your rifle behind you, and as you do that, what you see phasing out of the wall to the north, and let me punch up this this light here just a little bit more, because I don't think you can quite see all the way to the end of that wall yet. You see this giant boulder phasing out of the wall 40 feet in diameter and start rolling down the the incline. If you remember, this is slightly inclined, and it rolls. Whoops. A distance of 200 feet, which I'm sorry to say just puts it past where you guys are, and I'm going to need a dexterity saving throw, and you're going to want to beat a 12.
Do they get advantage because he's like on a mounted thing? Like a horse?
I don't think they would get advantage because they're on a mounted thing. And
Does
It
Wolfgang
didn't matter. We made it.
Everybody makes it.
wow, you all jump out of the way or somehow avoid this thing as it goes rolling past you. And it is now Barial's turn again.
And it's continuing to roll. It's not like turning around or anything weird like that.
Doesn't seem to be at this point.
And that phase out of the wall.
Phased out of the wall. And for the rest of the gang that's inside that bedroom area, you hear this really big, loud thing rolling past your room.
Ventus looks.
I'm kind of pounding on the door saying, Brian, Jericho!
Ventus says, "Oh, that's not good."
Brian calls back, "Little busy."
And Dreg just...
So is there...
Dreg looks at Ventus's comment and is like... just kind of lowers his head, closes his eyes, shakes his head.
As that happens, Minnie Penny snuggles up to me, and I kind of pet her on the cheek. It'll be okay. They're gonna be fine. I think it'll be fine.
So, Brian, what's up? It looks like it's going to continue down the hallway. It doesn't give any indication that it's going to turn around or change. It looks like a big boulder rolling down a hallway.
Okay. Looking back from where it came, is anything else coming?
You don't see anything or hear anything.
I guess stand at the ready, but be ready to jump into the doorway if another one comes.
Sure.
Are the doorways open now, or are they still sealed?
The doors are still sealed. So if another one comes, you would
they're
imagine
actually
it would be
sealed. I get it. Okay.
Shut,
Yeah.
like there are walls coming down. Or walls coming.
Yeah. So if another one comes, you would guess that it would be another dex save check. Until the blue dragon phases through the wall, then it's a whole different story.
You should.
Looking back behind us, did that thing roll down to that giant statue?
It's only gotten as far. It just got 20 feet beyond where you guys are right now. So in the map on the battle map, it's right on top of you, but it's actually 20 feet beyond you. What would you like to do?
I spray some webbing ahead of us into the hallway with my staff.
Well, given this thing is ahead of you, like towards the stone statue, or behind you towards where the rock came from, the boulder came from. That way?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
I do.
Okay, you're wondering whether or not that's going to help with another boulder coming down, given that this thing is.
It's got to slow it down or something.
Not if it's got enough momentum, it won't.
Would it slow down a transport truck? Okay, is that your turn?
Yeah, it has to be. As I stand at the ready, I guess, and look at Jericho.
Okay, so Jericho and Wolfgang. Actually, I missed an opportunity there, Jericho. You had readied an action, and you haven't attacked anything yet. Did you shoot the boulder as it was coming towards you?
I'd like to think I shot the boulder.
Okay, ping! This bullet goes flying off this boulder. Nothing happened as it rolled past you.
Just remember, Ricochet's a killer.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah, roll another dex check. No, you shoot off, and it just goes. It does exactly what you thought it would do. It's like hitting a solid granite wall, and it just pings off of it as the boulder rolls past you, and you do your initial dex save. And now it's this turn, and Bryle just shot a bunch of web to your north.
I guess I'm going to wait for the boulder to get a bit further ahead so we can keep sprinting down the hallway. Because if we keep going, we're just gonna run into it.
Okay. So is that your turn?
Yeah, it's me and Wolfgang's turn, but I'm still gonna ready my action to do something if something that's not a boulder comes down the hallway.
Sure. Okay. The boulder goes rolling off. There we go. I had to figure out how far it goes rolling off. It goes rolling another 200 feet down the hallway and comes to rest at the end of the hallway. And then you hear some more stone-like movement at the end of the hallway.
Okay, can I use my Wolfgang's action now to sprint another 80 feet?
Yeah, I'll allow. Usually you can't hold your movement, but I forgot that's what you said. The boulder was ahead of you, so you could have. Yes.
His action would have been to run in the first place.
What's that?
His action would have been to run.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and use your go ahead and do whatever movement you want to do. And
Let's do that, right?
is Bryle still willingly staying on Wolfgang?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that's the end of your last turn. Anything else?
Does this thing, this boulder, does it go all the way to the ceiling?
It's 40 feet in diameter. I'd have to check how high the ceiling is in here. The ceiling is 60 feet high, so there's 20 feet above it.
Good to know.
And the peanut gallery still sealed in the bedroom there. Anything else?
Well, I looked to Harshnag. It's like, do you think you can break the door?
Harshnag kind of shrugs his shoulders and says, "Want me to give it a try?"
Yes.
Well, I'm sure as hell not gonna do it. And I look at me.
Sorry?
He said, something sure is not hell going to do it. Ventus, you meant? Or Ventus wasn't going to do it?
I'd assume that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, it's starting to rain on me, so I'm moving to a covered spot. But yes, Ventus said, "Well, I sure as hell am not going to do it." And then I pat Trev on the shoulder,
And I kind of push Harshnag towards the door, and I step back.
Okay. And you just became a lot clearer in the last half of that sentence.
Yeah, something was muffling you, but you're sounding good now.
Yeah, we're good now. Harshnag slams his shoulder up against the wall of stone, and nothing budges. And he looks back and says, "Second try?"
Is there a way that I can basically line up to help him? Like, we both hit it at the same time? I mean, I am a hell of a lot smaller than he is, but I'm not completely weak.
You can.
Do I have anything in my inventory that would help, like a crowbar or something like that he could use for, I don't know,
Actually,
whatever?
hang on. Krev might have a few leftovers from his former life. I have a crowbar and a hammer.
Okay, and while this is going on, Jericho and Bral, just think about what you're going to be going next. So just think about what you're going to do next. Okay, so Krev takes this crowbar up against this wall of stone, while Harshnag gives it another shoulder check, or tries to
I see. Like, is there anywhere along the periphery of it where I would be able to get a crowbar in to either lift or do anything to try and shift it?
It doesn't look like it, because the stone that appeared was like kind of almost melted into place, and Ventus would know that this was some sort of magical stone that appeared, as opposed to a physical thing sliding down in place.
Okay, so this wasn't a door. This was you're having a nap. Stay put.
It would seem to be, unless you guys come up with a way that you might be able to move it or deal with it.
Right.
I look to Krev and I say, "Do you have Dispel Magic?" I do not. I can't dispel this.
I don't know how to do that yet.
We should probably learn how to do that.
I look at him as like, yeah, I'll make it a priority to figure out how to channel my master's power to undo magic next.
If only your druid had thought of that.
So, and then Ventus will just like sit down on the giant cot and take out his tobacco pipe and like have a nice smoke or something.
Krev goes and see if Lore's all right.
Okay. And Harshnag gives it another good pound, and this time some stone kind of chips away, and he feels like he's making a little bit of progress. And back to Brile and Jericho.
Still nothing coming down the hallway yet.
Nope.
Huh. Could I fit a construct in a bag of holding?
Good question.
doesn't it have to fit inside the mouth of it first or something? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like with a portable hold, you might be able to, because I think it opens up quite a bit larger. But bag of holding's bag-sized. The interior isn't, but the opening is.
Yeah. And
honestly, I don't ever used a bag of holding, but it would make sense that the bag would have a certain width that it could open to. I don't know.
Just don't put the bag of holding in the portable hole. That's always been a bad thing.
Yeah, the only thing it says is that it's roughly 2 feet in diameter at the mouth and 4 feet deep, as the outside dimensions are, and then interiorly it can hold up to 500 pounds, not exceeding a volume of 64 cubic feet, and it weighs 15 pounds regardless of its contents. So I think the main thing is the 2 feet, the 2 foot hole, the 2 foot diameter mouth.
Damn.
You could probably stick it on his head.
Because I had a really cool idea, but it was like crucial that I got Wolfgang inside of the bag of holding first.
Please share. What was the idea?
I was going to put Wolfgang inside of the bag and then basically go into like an angelic form and like lift me and Ryle up on top of the boulder or behind the previous boulder.
Ah.
Because I could fly for a minute.
You can, as Krev said, you can probably get his head in there. Unfortunately.
That's not gonna help.
So can you describe to me how these doors closed or what it looked like again? I kind of missed that in the conversation.
It was like stone melted into place and created a pretty decent seal with the openings.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
I suppose I can show off a little.
And what are you trying to dispel magic on?
On the... So all of these doors have the same effect?
It seems to be, yep.
Can you get all of them at once? That'd be cool.
I doubt it. Hold on. Look at the range. So the range is 120, but the creature, object, or magical effect in range. It's a magical effect, and if it's one effect, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll try to get through this door here if I can break this open. But if it breaks the effect, that's even better.
Okay. This is where I'm going to need your guys' help because
if the spell is 3rd level or higher, or 4th level or higher, then I have to do a special roll.
Yeah. Let me first check the
3rd level or below, it's like kaboom.
Yeah.
Bitch, be gone.
Remember last time when I tried to counterspell the 9th level spell, and then I figured out it was a 9th level spell, and I never would have made it. So I was like, never mind. And then we all died.
Yeah. Well, out of game, I'm going to give you a little bit of information so you guys can help me out here. So first of all, out of game, what level you have to make what
4th or above on each roll.
When you cast a spell using a spell slot of 4th level or higher, you automatically end the...
No, just a regular, not at higher level.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got you. Okay. So yes, this is above that, but at the same time, in the description, it says a non-magical wall of solid stone appears.
Then it doesn't work.
So I don't think you dispel anything.
No, but the wall's not magical, but is the effect magical?
Well, here's the question: is the effect over? Did they basically shape stone and then stop, and they're done?
That's what I'm going to argue is that the magical effect created the non-magical wall of stone, and the magical effect is no longer there now that the wall of stone has been created.
Whose team is Crab on anyway?
All right.
I don't know, but I like him.
I'm on the team of... If I'm bound by the rules, so is the DM, and so are the rest of us. I'm not letting anyone get away with anything within reason.
You cast Dispel Magic and nothing happens. Other than the spell slot goes away.
And I'm holding on to the wolf and just cursing.
Okay. And Jericho and Wolfgang, what do you do?
Wolfgang is going to move his 80 feet. So,
Okay.
So when one of these comes, we do have this space.
That's what I'm going to do.
This space that we can count on.
Yeah, I'm going to use my actual movement and see if I can like get in this space.
Okay. You're going to use your actual movement right now to try to get in that space, or have you moved as far as you can right now?
I use as far as I can with Wolfgang. I'm going to dismount and try to move. Like me personally.
Okay. Dismounting is an action, I believe, so you've just got your movement left as opposed to a move and a dash. And yes, there's enough room that a medium-sized person can get through there. And Brile, if you wish to do the same, I'll allow you to.
I cast the spell.
Actually, no. Yes, you took your action. Sorry.
And I have to be careful because then Krav will yell at me or something. Guys, rules.
Hey, I have no problem with homebrew stuff as well.
Rules.
Let's
Consistency.
You try to kill me.
let's remember who invited Krev.
Oh yeah. Damn. Never mind.
Sorry.
And if I had to choose to keep one of you,
Hey.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to know the answer to that. But she knows where I live.
You're in the game.
Okay, is that your?
He's the whole reason I'm here right now.
Is that's Jericho's turn? And Wolfgang's?
Yeah. He's just gonna run off and be like, "I'm sorry," and then just like dip on the horse.
So this sphere, boulder of stone granite, came to a rest at the end of the hallway. Interesting enough, it came to a rest just at the stone giant statue. Jericho, you can see that it kind of rested just kind of perfectly within its hands.
That's what I figured it was gonna do.
Uh-oh.
And it starts to push
It back.
the stone back up. And it does it at a speed that you don't have to do any dex saves. You can easily get your yourself out of the way. Let's see.
So I should have cast the Dispel Magic on that statue.
If you feel that would have helped. And it is now, you know what? I'm going to have Harshnag looks at the peanut gallery and says, "Seems to be working. Should I give it another go?"
I get the hammer and crowbar out again and say, yeah. And I try and see parts where it's kind of shifting and or cracking and start working on those to see if I can actually make the cracks larger.
Okay.
So it's kind of trying to help him weaken the door.
I'm going to ask if you would like me to cast a firebolt at it.
Yeah, I suppose I could do Eldritch Blasts. They are force damage.
So what are you doing first? Are you guys casting, or are you going to wait for Harshnag to give it another big pound?
I say we both give it a whack with our spells, and then let Harshnag get it.
Okay, so just give me 2 seconds, okay, guys?
Cool, no worries. So what I think I should do is let me go first. Maybe I'll make it like a little brittle with my fire, and then your force might give it a little extra push.
Okay, I'm back. I was just saying goodbye to my wife and daughter. So you guys are going to shoot off some spells at it?
So I'm going to cast firebolt at it. If if you will please
go for it
for me.
Oh, sure.
I do this while I'm sitting down on the bench smoking my tobacco pipe. I just reach out and I'm like, wow.
Well, that would explain why you rolled a 1.
I think you missed the wall.
Yeah.
It's door. You can't miss a door, can you?
You don't miss it, but it your magic just kind of fizzles, and it looks like you're trying to make fireworks appear on the door as opposed to actually damaging it. Krev pushes you aside and says, "Let me show you how this is done." And he, both of those hit in a way that damage is created for 17 damage, and rock and whatever stone goes splintering off to the side, and it looks like you are making your way through. so far, but you haven't broken through, but it certainly looks like you're getting there.
Okay, so Harshnag's turn, and I will be right back again. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Just checking something here, and then Harshnag is going to take a. Okay, so Harshnag is going to give it another good stomp, and certainly hits it, and he breaks through the top portion, so the top 20 feet of this. So if you can kind of imagine 20 feet at top, 20 feet at the bottom, the top 20 feet goes splintering away, and Jericho and Brow, you hear this noise from them attacking it from above, and you just see stone go flying off into the hallway.
With my movement, I would like to use Harshnag to kind of climb up there and poke my head out and look around and see what's happening.
Okay, you look out there and you see. You don't really see Bryle and Wolfgang and Jericho, but you see this boulder slowly moving up the hallway towards you.
Oh, that's not good. I send Minnie Penny flying down the hallway to find my friends to see if they got smooshed.
And you can do that. She's got 20 feet above the boulder, and with a dash, I'll say that she gets there, and she sees that they are on the other side of the boulder, looking a little confused, befuddled, and startled, but otherwise not damaged.
And I'm back.
Gotcha.
Sorry, did a whole money penny could squeeze through up here or something?
Yeah,
you guys,
so here, let me...
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so what happened is Harshnag broke open the top 20 feet of this door. So I crawled up with my movement on top of Harshnag, looked out, saw the giant pushing the boulder back, the stone giant, or whatever it is, the construct pushing the boulder back up, and I couldn't see my friend, so I sent Minnie Penny down the hall, and she actually sees them down there, and so I'm relaying that information to you, and now that we don't have, I don't think we have any more movement or any more actions to do, but now you know.
Yep.
And knowing is half the battle.
Mm-hmm. So as a party, we'll take this out of turn order for a moment now, because I think we're kind of beyond that point, right at this point. You see this stone giant statue pushing this boulder up at about 60 feet a turn towards the end of the hallway. You can, it's up to you guys what you want to do about it. And there's 20 feet of stone still at the bottom portion of the doorway, keeping you guys inside that bedroom.
Well, I mean, we can smash the rest of it down and try and smash the stone giant automaton, construct, golem, whatever.
I don't think it's like out to hurt us. It completely ignored us and just is walking up the tunnel.
No, what I'm hoping to do is kind of just paralyze it there, so it doesn't finish resetting this.
Mm.
Like if we were to just
break
knock
a
one
leg.
leg out, it would probably just stop and fall down and stay there, or it might try and continue to push. I don't know. I'm not sure what happens when you break an animated statue.
I guess there's only one way to find out. It's up to you guys whether or not you want to find that out.
I will. I'll yield to the suggestion of smarter characters.
When Minnie Penny comes back, I'm going to have Harshnag push me up over, and I'm going to go run down, squeeze past the automaton construct pushing the boulder, and I'm going to ask the guys that were out there, I was like, what the hell happened? What do we do? What's going on?
Okay.
Can I roll Arcana to see if I would know if this thing would get violent if we attacked it, or if it would just keep doing its, like, I guess, function?
1 second while you do it. So while you're having this conversation and thinking about this, the construct moves it another 60 feet up, again in a relatively slow motion. You can try rolling that. I don't know if you can give it a shot. I'd probably do it at disadvantage, because you're trying to, all you're determining is, does a construct like this automatically, do you know that it's just going to automatically attack anything and everything, You wouldn't know if one construct would attack and another construct wouldn't. But yeah, we can. You can do an Arcana check if you want to try to determine something along those lines.
Whoops. Disadvantage would have been 8 on the first one, so I really don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're not too sure what
Damn.
this thing is going to do at this point or after it's done whatever it is supposed to do.
Ventus is going to suggest to Jareg and Mini-Penny is like, get up there and see what was around that corner. What caused that boulder to come flying at us? Then I'm going to look at Craig and see if that's okay.
Basically, I turn to Jareg. It's like, check it out for you, would you, buddy?
And what's Jureg checking out again? Sorry.
Flying up to wherever it was that triggered this boulder to start coming at us, and just kind of see what he sees.
And what do you think triggered the boulder? Like Jericho and Brile were at a certain spot, but the boulder came out of another spot. Like what? Where do you think? Where are you sending Jureg?
Well, initially I'm sending him to, like, I guess, here. Mini-Penny as well.
Okay.
Was going.
Yeah, just use both of them there, Dethic, and scout it out and see what you see.
Okay, I don't have a token for Mini-Penny, so we'll use the one token for both.
Okay,
so he's kind of just flying around, as you can see here. Just poking his head inside and out. And yeah, he's just up in the air. I'm guessing as you see me teleporting around here, or kind of in theory flying, I don't see anything unusual. Nothing that would. Or
no,
I should say, Jareg doesn't see anything. Obviously, there's no investigation or anything. There's just perception.
Mini-Penny has a very high passive wisdom, so if she sees anything, it's like higher than mine, I believe.
Yeah, I've got. Excuse me, I've got that, or I got her passive perception. So if just by flying around and checking stuff out, no, you don't. Jureg sends back to Krev and Mini-Penny back to Ventus that they don't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, I bring Jureg back. If it. Okay, good. He's not stuck. That's weird. Maybe it was a pressure plate or something. I don't know, but it's not. It's not specifically. It wasn't just. There's no switches or anything. It doesn't look like it was protecting anything.
Okay. And sorry, Bro, or sorry, Witchy. And as you did this investigation and such, again, Stone Giant statue is pushed at another 60 feet. Jericho, what are you and Wolfgang up to in the south end there?
I don't really know. We're just watching it, I guess.
Okay.
I really don't want it to I really don't want to do anything that would make it just attack us or let this boulder down the hallway again. But I'm going to move Wolfgang into the corridor, so he's not directly in line with it.
Technically, though, if it hits my webs, doesn't it have to roll a strength DC 15 check? Technically? It might fail. Come on. Come on.
And where were your webs again?
Just past where those guys are.
Okay. Hasn't gotten there yet. We shall see.
I know, I'm just giving you your heads up.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Is Harshnag done breaking this wall down?
If he isn't, I help him by using a couple more blasts.
Yeah, it's you're certainly getting there. So you figure one more kind of quote unquote turn and you'll have the wall broken down. You've got it. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, you've one more turn you'll have it broken down.
Okay. I just like rolling dice.
Yeah. No, that's good because I should have checked anyways. But yeah, both of those go boom boom, and some more damage to the 20-foot section that's at the bottom. I'll let Harshnag do his deal too, and he again gives it another good punch or shoulder check. And then if you want Ventus to shoot off his magical stuff too, go for it. And Brow, what were you saying?
Sorry about. I just was mentioning the web. I had nothing after that.
Okay, I thought somebody else said something.
Oh, that was me asking to hit.
Okay. Okay,
I might wake up my friends and be like, "This room is now safe once the store gets down. If the trap resets, we can hide in here, let the boulder roll, and then journey upwards and see what's up there."
You call that out to the party?
Yeah, I mentioned it to him.
Okay. And as you're mentioning this, and you
you can hear me or not, but I'll at least mention it to my memory.
Krevin and Laura with you. If you say it loud enough, the guy's 100 feet down the hall. Like it's just empty stone, right? So they'll be able to hear it down there. As you blast away the last part of this lower part of the stone, you see this stone giant statue with this boulder just pushing past the doorway at a regular speed. Almost to the webs, Bra. Almost to the webs.
Well, let's see what happens with the webs, and then, if necessary, start shooting the statue.
Okay. It pushes ahead, and it gets to the webs, and it just kind of stops, and like it's kind of, it's like a remote vacuum that hit a wall, and it just keeps going in that direction. But at this point, you can tell that it's trying to push through, but at this point, it has not pushed through yet.
Okay. So, picture it. Eldritch Blast coming out and trying to basically carve one of the legs off.
Of the stone giant statue?
Yeah.
Okay, give it a shot. Both they fizzle against the stone giant's leg, and nothing seems to happen.
Does it react to the fact that I just hit it?
It does not react. And what was the other question?
What about fire? Does fire do anything to it? He hit it with force. I tried firebolt.
The firebolt does hit it and does seem to do some damage to it. And given that you guys took an action, he is continuing to push against this thing. And remind me again on a web what needs to happen with the... Oh, I found it here. Web. DC what? DC 15 strength. Pushes through the web and continues his march north. Somewhat damaged.
Good to know.
I look at Ventus. Shall we keep trying?
Oh, indeed. I do believe we should keep trying. And then I yell down for Belial and our Artificer to come and help shoot that same leg over and over again.
Okay.
Jericho.
Okay, if so you might as well move yourself out of the room now.
We want to be in a spot where if he does fall and the ball starts rolling, we can dash into the room we just opened.
Okay. Well, if you're just outside the doorway, you're about 60 feet away from him. So I'm assuming, Eldritch Blast has 30 feet.
Well, actually, it's up at 300 for me right
now. Or
now.
300, excuse me.
Enough.
Yeah. So both of those hit, and the firebolt also hits. And Jericho and Brile, are you going to scoot up and join this fray? You won't be attacking unless you have distance. You won't be attacking right now, but on the next turn, as it were.
Yeah. I'm gonna move up. Wolfgang's gonna take his dash action. I'm riding him again.
So, sorry, because I missed a minute. So these guys are attacking the statue at the end of the hall, or what?
They're trying to blow off one of its legs, so that way it can't keep pushing the boulder up the hallway and sort of just like stop it from resetting the boulder.
Yeah. Your web slowed it down enough that we got the opportunity to take a crack at this.
And it is taking damage per hour, so if you get your butt up here and shoot the same leg with this, it might get it. I don't know.
I also do not know how Brett's adjudicating us trying to break its leg off.
It's in my mind.
Cool.
But we're like 120 feet away now from this thing.
You could ride up on the mechanical doggy with Jericho.
Well, I mean, before we left the range of it, I could probably shot off a firebolt, but I'm just making sure I understand exactly what we're doing.
We are attempting to remove its left leg.
I see what they're doing, and I'll throw a fireball just before or not firebolt, flame, whatever, produce flame on it before
production of flame.
Okay.
Yeah, before we bolt off.
Okay, so you shot this before it got out of range, eh?
Yeah, that would be my intent.
Okay, go for it. That also hits. Oh, hold it. Is that a range of 30 feet?
Yeah, that's how close we were in the beginning, though, right? Before we dashed the 80.
Yeah, but you're really retconning that back way back when.
So maybe again, then I don't understand. So when did they start attacking it?
When it went past their doorway. So yes, it was like 100+ feet away from you when then they started attacking it. I just thought you had an attack of range. That was
I
more than
see what
100
you're saying.
feet.
So how? Okay, so then how far behind the stone are we then?
At your current position, you are about 240 feet behind the statue and 260 feet behind the actual stone.
Well, then no, then I'm not doing anything, I guess.
Okay.
What can I do? I can cheer. Yay!
Well, you can scoot up to where the party is.
No, I'm on the back of Wolfgang, right?
Okay. Whatever works.
Okay.
So where are you staying back there with Wolfgang where you are right now?
I think our best bet is to just get out of the room.
I'm sorry, say that
Yeah,
again,
because
Mums?
I mean,
I think our best bet is to just get out of the room. Because, like, I don't think breaking off this thing's legs before it, like, gets the boulder back to where it needs to be.
Yeah, I would suggest to everyone in the party that we all come to the room that we already broke the door down to, and then just kind of poke out and shoot at the leg of this thing until it falls off. That way, if the boulder starts rolling back down that corridor, we can all be safe inside the room that that we were in earlier, that we already broke the door down to.
no,
I
I'll
mean,
just wait.
we have time. I don't think the boulder is going to roll back down until, like, this statue thing gets back into place. Like, it has to go up there, reset the boulder, and then walk down to then and catch the boulder again.
That's a good point. That's why we have an intelligence-based character in it.
So, like, I'm pretty sure if we were to just all run out and, like, pick, like, a different corridor just for it to be better than just, like, sitting here trying to blow off this thing's leg.
Okay.
All the
All right.
all the doorways are still stoned off except for the one that you guys broke through currently.
Even the ones to exit, like, the ones, like, past where the statue itself was.
Oh no! Yes, that's just the doorways into the bedrooms off to the right and left are sealed off, except for the one
Well, that's
they
what I'm
broke
saying.
through.
We're trying to actually, like, leave this area. And that's
Yeah.
the door.
If you guys went to the south, yes, beyond the statue, you according to what happened last time, you'd be good.
So let's have Harshnag pick up lore, and let's all head south.
Okay, and are you going regular movement or are you dashing?
Oh, I'm. If there are rules for running, I'm running now.
So you do twice your movement, like you dash plus your move, so you double your movement. So how far would that get you?
Movement's 30, so 60 foot.
Okay.
Me too. Same.
Okay. So you guys all dash down that way. While you're dashing down that way, the stone giant continues. Stone giant statue continues to move the boulder at 60 feet apiece up, and it melds back into the northern wall. And then the stone giant. So you guys go ahead and move your tokens down somewhere by the statue, wherever you want to be. Because as you are heading down that way, he pushes the boulder up, and then he starts lumbering, a little bit limping this time, given his one leg, and he starts lumbering his way down south. So I imagine at this point you guys have all positioned yourself somewhere wherever you're going to be.
Yes. Let's get Ventus out of Jericho's way there. Okay.
Okay, and if you guys sit around and just kind of watch, you see the stone giant continuing to lumber its way back down the hallway. Do you take any actions while it's doing this?
How far away is it?
It's how far away is it right now? Where's my ruler? There. It's about 140 feet away right now.
Beautiful. Give me 1 sec.
Sure.
140 feet perfect. I'm gonna shoot at one of its legs. I'm gonna finally take a shot.
Awesome. Go for it.
21.
That hits.
So 8 piercing and 5 thunder damage.
Okay. So 13.
Krev is like
At the left
fundamentally
leg.
startled at the at what this contraption can do. He's never seen a rifle before.
Ventus will lean over to Craig and be like, "What? How do I say your name again?"
Krev.
Krev. Okay. Ventus will lean over to Krev and say, "Ours is better."
Krev just smiles and chuckles.
I missed that joke. I had a phone call. What was it? Sorry.
Oh, Ventus leaned over to me, to my character, and says, "Ours is better."
Initially, was shocked at it, and then I just brushed it off. Like, oh yeah, ours is so much better.
Jericho, with that shot, you do some damage, but you feel that there could have been. It didn't do quite as much damage as you thought it would. And is Brile back?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
So
it's 100.
Brawl steps out for a minute and he tosses some seeds out towards the air and he mutters something in Druidic, and spikes start to line the road between, or the path between the two of us. And as he challenges the thing, he's like, "Come, bitch."
And is this your new favorite spell?
Yeah, why not?
So this is that thing that you used against the horses, right?
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to need a perception check because I think it's probably just going to keep walking.
Where do you cast it? Like in relation to you or the statue?
Between the two of us.
Halfway? Like there's about 140 feet there, so up towards the statue?
Halfway works.
Okay, halfway. Okay. Anybody else, any other actions right now? We're kind of doing this in sort of party turn order and statue turn
If
order.
I can shoot again, I'll shoot again. But if not, then I'll wait till I can shoot again.
Yeah, you've used your action right now, but you'll have a chance in a second. So, okay, everybody's just going.
Zap zap.
Yeah. Both
So
of those.
Ventus is right by Krev, right? And we're just kind of chilling, like up above.
I think we
on
should
the
move
rocky
more
mount.
into the hallway. I don't think you'd actually be standing right
Yeah,
there.
we'd probably be more here right now. With enough
Ventus.
ability to get out of the way.
Yeah, Ventus. Everybody is kind of. You're all the way at the end of the far end of the hallway where the statue was, and it looks like everybody's just taking pot shots at this thing as it's coming back down the hallway in a not seemingly a non-threatening manner.
Okay, if I have an opportunity for a shot, I'll take it. If I'm not within range, I won't. Then I'm just going to stand near Krev and sit, wait, see what happens.
Okay, so those do some damage certainly, and do you want to take some pot shots with Ventus there, Krev?
Yes, but he misses.
Fireworks. Poof. Pretty. Okay, I think everybody's taking an action. I believe.
When I was about to cast one, I sneezed, and that's why I missed.
Yeah. Okay, statue is lumbering and limping now. And if everybody wants to take their pot shots again, go for it.
Does it make it to my thing yet or no?
Oh, I forgot about your thing. Yes, it does. 20-foot radius. Centered on a.
So 40 feet across, basically. Does it walk straight through?
Oh yeah. Yes, it does.
Witchy, tell me what this does. What does it do? I want to know.
So there's like beautiful like thorns and spikes that all like emerge out of the ground and out of the sides of the corridor, and this big lumbering statue just starts to walk through them. And as it does it have resistance to piercing damage?
I don't know if you would know that.
Well, just so you know, because if so, then you get to take half damage. So I'm going to roll for the full. What did I say? It was 20-foot radius, so 40. So hold on one sec.
Creature moves into or within the area. It takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels.
For every 5 feet it travels, that's going to add up. Nice.
Yeah.
So 16d4.
Sorry, how many
Hopefully-
d4? 5 feet.
Well, it's 40
4,
foot
8.
by
Yes.
8, 16.
Yep, you're right.
And, yeah. Here's hoping it's not resistant. That's a lot of force.
If so, it's only half damage, right?
Yeah. If it's resistant, yeah, it's resistance.
Well, we saw Jericho hit it, and he said that it didn't do as much damage as he normally does with his rifle.
Yeah, but that could have been the piercing damage was reduced or the thunder damage was reduced. We're not sure.
Yeah.
But we don't know that. So.
Nope.
He goes lumbering through this stuff, breaking thorn bristles and whatever left, right, and center. But it certainly looks like it's taking some damage. Maybe not as much as you thought, but it's taking some damage. And it is it's looking very shaky on the one leg. Very, very shaky.
Very shaky. How close is it now?
It is about 60 to 80 feet away, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So in this turn, we've had it take the druid damage. The thunder cannon missed it. Anybody else want to take pot shots?
I think I did.
I think Krev should, because he has like 600 meters or whatever feet on his silly little awesome thing. So you could still shoot it from where you are, right? But my range is like 120, so I don't know if I'm still within range.
No, everybody's within about 60, 80 feet of range. Both hit. Excuse me, one hits. One hits.
Well, let's keep
then
shooting
7.
Okay. With that shot, you're still focusing on the one leg, I'm assuming?
Oh, yeah.
With that one shot, the leg goes blasting off at the knee, and this thing starts to careen over to one side. And is falling over.
I just watch it. Careful, like, try to see, okay, so we knocked its leg off. What does it do?
It falls over, hits the wall beside it, and just slowly kind of slides down and the other leg and even the busted leg are still kind of rotating in a walking motion, but it's not getting anywhere because it's lying on its side.
Cool.
And that little boot indicates that it is one leg off.
All right. Okay. We have neutralized a trap. Yay. We also possibly desecrated a temple, but that's beside the point.
So here's my thought. Why would they put a trap there unless there's something on the other side that's worth exploring?
Yeah, so let's absolutely let's do some investigation.
I'm going to warn people that the trap did reset. The boulder's going to come back. It's just not going to get reset after that.
Okay.
So let's wait. Let's wait it out. I'll maintain my spikes and see what happens.
Okay.
Well, someone real dexterous should go up there and then like initiate the trap again.
I look at Lore. Sadly, Lore's not here. It's not supposed to do that shit.
I could do it.
Oh, wait a second. I was going to say, Barial, doesn't your staff say you, like, or yeah, we could do that too. You could just scramble up the side of the wall.
Exactly. So I'll do that because I can still maintain my spell while I'm doing that. So I turn into a giant spider and I walk along the side of the wall or wherever I need to avoid my own little trap.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll try to trigger this trap. If I have to, I'll use like webs to do it or whatever.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and move your token up the hall to, like here kind of thing, and I'll just let you know if anything happens.
Is Jericho up? He's not going to get squished by the boulder, is he?
I would imagine all of you are out of the line of traffic that you saw the boulder take, which was all the way down the hall to the statue. So far, nothing, Barial. So far, nothing.
Do you still have your mice or your rats? Can you have them just run over stuff?
No, they're gone.
So far, nothing. So far, nothing. Still nothing.
And I'm at the end of the hall?
And nothing.
And all these doors are still blocked off?
All the doors are still blocked off.
I'm gonna look at
how thick was the stone of these doors?
Can Harshnag and us pick the statue up and put it on its pedestal?
Let me see. And Barial, I'm going to get back to you on the thickness of the doors in a second.
Or if Harshnag can go and stand on the pedestal, I'm wondering if it needs a weight on it to open the doors back up.
The stone giant statue is huge, so I would say that at the very least, Harshnag being huge as well could, with some effort, drag it back there. Before you do that, though, Barial, you were asking about how thick what was?
The wall door thingies that appeared that were the stone crafted doors. How thick were they? Because they broke through one, so I'd be able to tell.
Yeah. Just seeing if it gives me an idea, and if not, so like 4 to 6 inches thick. If you look at one of these openings here, knowing that the largest square is 20 feet. Actually, they might even been a foot thick. I'm just looking.
And they were able to break through it
with enough beating on it and blasting against it. Yeah.
Okay.
I may have in reason for kind of speed or whatever. I may have had it happen a bit quicker. Like reading what's going on, I know how much damage they would have to do per inch. I just didn't know how many inches there were, so I just fudged it. But it took quite a bit of effort for them to blow that apart.
All good. Okay.
Yeah. So you're having Harshnag drag the statue back to its original spot?
I looked to Ventus and Jericho. Do you think if we kind of just had him lean the thing up on its old pedestal, that it might open the doors, or like to complete the cycle?
It's possible.
It may also completely reset the trap. I don't know.
Ventus shrugs and says, "I could shoot it with fire. I mean, that's like my thing. I don't know."
Let's have Harshnag stay on the pedestal first and
You want Harshnag to stand on the pedestal first?
yeah.
Okay. And Brow, given you're all the way at the end of the hallway there, where are you when Harshnag's about to step on the pedestal?
On the ceiling.
Okay. Harshnag stands on the pedestal, and nothing happens.
I'll skitter down the side, and then I'll kind of like tap my foot down on the ground.
I yell up to Brile, "We're gonna try putting the statue back."
Skitter, skitter, skitter.
And skittering where?
That's my response.
Okay.
I'm guessing he's skittering to the roof.
I was going to say, visually, what are you doing when you skitter?
Yeah, I was trying to like see if it was triggered by my touching the ground, or whatever, but it didn't seem to be. So I skittered back up in case it comes back up the wall.
I have this vision of you thinking there's a trap here in the floor that opens, and if I jump on it hard enough, I'm sure it will open. You're like that guy, sawing the limb off of the tree, but you're on the side that's away from the trunk of the tree.
It reminds me of the people that try and jump on the glass floor.
There you go.
It's like,
Right.
congratulations. And if that ever did manage to give way, then what are you going to do?
Yeah. So you're back up on the ceiling at the end of the hallway while these guys are dragging the stone statue onto the statue, right?
Yar.
Yeah. Okay. They drag the stone statue back there, -1 leg. And as soon as they get it there, the walls of stone that came down in those doorways melt away.
But no boulder. Okay.
Right. There is one thing. If we set this trap off again, all those doors are going to go back, but this will not reset.
What won't reset?
Well, we've kind of disabled the statue, right?
Yeah, it's kind of, you have it kind of leaned up where it was, but yeah, it's kind of leaned against the alcove because of the one leg.
The boulder will come all the way down, hit the statue. It'll be fine because it's designed to take that. But it won't be able to move it back, and all of the doors will remain closed.
Does anyone have mending? Can they like meld its leg back onto its body?
Hey, look at my spells and see if I have mending. I don't know.
I think you might. One moment.
Sure.
This would be funny if we do the damage and then have to fix it.
Bro, you're just hanging out on the ceiling there?
Yar.
Prestidigitation, illusion, light.
I'm gonna like peek
fireball,
into the rooms, like to see if there's anything of note.
No, you don't see anything of note. Giant-sized couches, beds, that kind of thing. And as you guys are figuring it out, I'll be back in just 10 seconds. I'll be away very quickly.
No, Ventus, neither you nor I have mending.
Well, phooey.
It doesn't happen to actually have a ritual component to it, does it? I'm looking that up right now. You
It
might
does.
be able to ritualize it, or somebody might be able to.
I don't think any cantrips are rituals, man. I don't know.
And I'm back.
No, it's not. And I think you're right. I think it was kind of foolish of me to check. But I did anyway.
So does Ventus have mending or anything that can accomplish the goal you're looking for?
No, he does not. I do not. I'm guessing nobody else does, unless I misheard.
And I know we're coming up to 2 o'clock on Eastern. I can go a bit longer if the rest of you guys can go a bit longer, but it's completely fine either way. Just wanted to.
I actually have to go kind of soon.
Okay, so we'll finish at the top of the hour
Okay.
like we usually do. Okay, so no mending, no ability to put the leg back on. What's the plan? Oh, and Bryle's away right for a moment. He was checking into
I'm
doorways
back.
and stuff. Okay, so you were checking into doorways. They have the statue up there. They were thinking about mending it. They can't do that. What's the plan?
Well, I'm just gonna keep checking each room one by one.
Okay. Just move your token so I know which rooms you're in and stuff like that.
I mean, we were able to break down one wall, like assuming that like it doesn't reset, and it's like, wait, damn, we wouldn't be able to like move the boulder. Or like walk the path. Never mind.
Okay, and you're checking the rooms, Bryle. I'm watching your token there, and again, couches, giant size stuff, nothing of note or anything like that. Still the same. Couches, beds. Hey, Bryle. Witchy,
Yar.
you on the floor or the ceiling?
The wall.
Okay. How high up on the wall?
Above the doors, because I'm looking in from above.
Gotcha. The boulder starts rolling down again. Can you roll initiative, please? Just Bryle.
Please don't kill Barial.
DM doesn't kill. Dice kills.
Oh dear.
The boulder rolls out of the wall and down to there. You're up on the wall. I'm getting the sense from your comment that you're high enough up that the boulder goes passing underneath you.
That's the intent. I mean, no guarantee that worked, but that was my intent. I'm trying to stay above the doors and like come down from above the door and peek in because upside down means nothing to me right now.
Yep, gotcha. So this boulder goes rolling by you, and you are
And I
thankful that you're up
screech and
to-
squeal for all I'm worth.
Oh, and walls. This happened before you got into the bedrooms and such. Walls go walls of stone again in every doorway, including the doorway that you guys broke.
Of course.
But we're not in there, right?
No,
We're
no, you guys are all, yeah, you guys are all the way at the south end of the hallway, positioned in a way that if this boulder started rolling again, you would be out of the way.
As
So
soon
if
as
it
the
gets to the end, could Harshnag possibly push it back up and put it back into place? Because if he does that, and we go up the stairs or whatever, assuming the trap 3 goes off again and the walls are sealed off and stuff, we could just break down the wall.
Yeah, interesting. Well, the boulder is certainly rolling that way. Brow, do you do anything? Do you let the boulder? It's past you now.
Okay, then has it hit my little trap yet?
Not yet. It just got past
Let
you.
me know when that happens.
Okay. It continues on.
I have a question, Brent.
Yeah, go for it.
So once the rock starts rolling, is there any way that we could have like seen? Perhaps did it just meld out of the stone of this wall, or is there a way that we could have dashed in real quick before it sealed off again into the wherever the rock came from?
It melded right out of the wall at the northern end.
Is there anything of interest beyond that wall, or are we trying to get to a different spot? I'm trying to see it in my head here.
It was like a ghost coming through a wall. So you didn't see this stone boulder came through the wall. It just emerged out of the wall, but the wall itself didn't open up to allow it to come through. So it would be like a ghost going through the wall. You see the ghost coming at you, but the wall didn't open up. if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because what you're trying to determine is, as the stone came out, did you see this big opening, and could you determine what was behind the wall?
Well, I was right
Yeah.
there when it happened, so if anybody could, it'd be me, and I had that my wicked perception.
Yeah. No, you just saw this
Yeah.
big boulder merge out of the wall.
All right, no worries. I'm gonna let the smarter guys figure this out because I
Okay.
have no idea.
Boulder rolls down, crushes through Bryle's thorns without a second thought, spreads them all over the place. No damage to the boulder, no discernible damage.
It's
And
magical.
yes, I'm sure it is magical. No damage.
Hey.
Oh, shit.
And comes resting against, and I know you got tokens around there, but I'm sure you'd be out of the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if we were given the opportunity, Krevzureg and Ventus would have moved here instantly.
Yeah, and comes resting against the stone giant statue again. And the stone giant statue's one good leg starts moving again. Well, actually, both of them kind of move. And it starts to push it, but the stone giant starts to fall over to one side. And now you've got a stone giant laying half in the alcove, half out, with this boulder pushed up against the alcove. And walls of stone all the way up through the hallway.
Well, so much for this corridor.
You can get around the corners of the boulder and go up that hallway and such, but right now, doors are down the corridor.
So yeah, could Harshnag possibly push the boulder back up?
Says I can give it a try, and he starts pushing up against the boulder. He's got to kind of squeeze himself in there and get his shoulder in at it, and get around. And yeah, he feels that he can start rolling it up the hallway, and kind of looks at you and says, "Yeah."
All right, so let's see if we can get it back into place, or where it needs to be.
Okay. Just move it up a bunch, and oops, that's not where I want it to be. There we go. And we'll move Harshnag up with it.
I think we should be in front of Harshnag, so we can let it roll back down the corridor, and not get in our way.
Sorry, where do you think the party should be?
At least while he's pushing it up in front of it, so that way if we can't get it back into the wall, we can at least let it roll back down. Never mind, it wouldn't even matter because we could just walk back down before it lets it down in the first place.
Yeah. Well, I think the important thing is, do you stay down in that area to the south where you are, which is where you were when the boulder just came rolling down, and we're out of harm's way? Or
That's actually a better idea, to let him roll it up himself until he can get it back into it.
Okay. All right. He continues to roll it up. He goes past Bryle, looks up at the ceiling to see Bryle up there. And
Skitter.
Skitter. And let me see. You guys are throwing a bit of a curveball at me here, so let me just see what this does. What I think it does.
Gotta think outside the box, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm good with that. Huh. I'm going to say he gets it up to the wall and pushes it against the wall where it came out, and nothing happens.
Can we actually stop here? I kind of have to go.
Yeah, we can stop at this point.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right. Or if the rest of the party wants to take 5 or 10 minutes just to kind of
If you guys
figure
want
out
to keep going,
what to do, and then but we won't go much further than this. So have a good rest of your Sunday, mums, and hopefully we'll see you next Sunday. But if not, in the next couple weeks, once everything gets even Steven at the bar there.
All right, I'll definitely try. See you guys later.
All right, take care, mums.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Okay, so Harshnag pushes it up against the wall and pushes against the northern wall, and Nothing. It's a boulder hitting a wall.
What about? Sorry, Orpal, you're muffled. Really,
Yeah,
really muffled.
you're really quiet.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a lot better.
I had it way far away from my face. Is there any way that we could do like a group investigation check just to scour this entire area and like figure out what the heck?
I'm wondering if we want to go and pick up the piece of the statue that we broke off, because Harshnag has to hold this thing in place. He's the only one big enough, strong enough to actually carry the statue itself. But I'm wondering if, like, Lord, myself, and Ventus, and not Baral, because Baral needs to hold his form, if we can go and pick up the leg piece, bring it over and basically touch it to the boulder and see if that contact allows it to slide into place.
Okay, is that
Actually, kind of like the kaiju. You had to have a piece of the kaiju to go through the wormhole.
Yeah.
Pacific Rim.
That was a terrible story and a great story at the same time.
So is that what you do?
I have to go. I got to run. It was a lot of fun, and I'll be around next week. Okay.
Sounds good. Let's leave it here with that idea, and we'll pick it up next session and see what happens. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Okay. Take care, Vorpal. Hope you're feeling a lot better next week.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, guys. All right. Yeah, I got good meds.
Yeah, good stuff.
See you later.
Good.
Take care.
Beautiful day to do it.